Mountains spring up, and trees and grass grow all around. History is made, art is created, things happen that should always be remembered. Heroes emerge. A woman sets people free. A man makes light. A leader steps forward. People get together. They help each other out. They make their own places to run and play and contemplate the universe. There's pride and gratitude and fun. It belongs to everyone. It can be a place, a feeling, a state of mind. So
I feel powerful and confident and like I could do anything.
We got to see stuff that we never saw before, and we got to try something that we've never done before.
1, 0, all engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
I think if I wasn't a Girl Scout, none of this would have happened.
Hey, did you hear about Jen?
No, what happened?
She posted something. See?
What was she thinking?
Sharing online is serious business. Visit dhs.gov/StopThinkConnect for tips on how to be safe online.
CMS Television, your source for news and information in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools.
On this episode of Insight, we are ready. CMS opens all school buildings for the return of students.
Because we have to make sure not only the cleanliness, but also the safety and the health of our staff and students returning.
Student-facing employees and their shot at the vaccine.
I encourage them to get their vaccines at the appropriate time.
Board chairperson Elise Dashu and the lessons learned from leadership.
Everybody has a firmly held, passionate opinion. So you gotta listen to all of that with empathy.
For this and more, we'll ask the superintendent for insight.
Hello, I'm Coretta Wilson, and welcome to Insight with CMS Superintendent Ernest Winston, the show that keeps you up to date on the issues and initiatives in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools.
It was almost a year ago when the CMS superintendent and the CMS board chairperson announced that in-person learning at our schools would be suspended due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, with all schools ready to open, we welcome all students back to the classroom. CMS bus drivers and the fleet of over 1,000 buses are ready. CMS custodial staff, taking care of more than 170 school buildings, are ready. And CMS operational staff, teachers, and principals, properly prepared with procedures and PPE, are ready. In our community, there's been no shortage of opinions on the return to school, and that's why we spoke with CMS Superintendent Ernest Winston for Insight.
Well, good afternoon, Superintendent Winston. It's good to see you once again.
Good afternoon, Coretta. It's good to see you.
Well, we have a lot to talk about in this issue or this episode of Insight. It's been almost a year since CMS closed its doors due to the pandemic, and it appears that we are finally about ready to open our doors back up to our students and to our staff. Why is this the right time to go back into the building?
We believe that this is the right time. Of course, at the national level, our president has urged us to return kids to in-person learning, and so too has our governor, Governor Cooper, and other state officials. Certainly, we were already along that path of bringing kids back for in-person learning, and we believe it's the right time because, one, we're ready. We've got the safety protocols and procedures in place. Our staff, our school-based staff, our principals, working with our learning community superintendents have done a tremendous job preparing and getting us to this point. And we know that in-person learning is the optimal environment for most of our students, because we do have students who thrive in remote learning as well. So I want to acknowledge that, but this is an opportunity to bring back students in person, and we're fully ready and committed to executing on our plans.
Of course, you've looked at the metrics and the numbers, and you've spoken to the county. What would close CMS once again? You do have the power to close schools if you see fit. What would be some of the things you would look at, and what would have to happen for us to go back to full remote?
So certainly it's not one particular factor that would cause schools to close. It is a variety of factors. I think an important factor in that decision, obviously we want to look at the metrics, both our community metrics as well as our district-wide metrics, but we also want to continuously monitor our staffing levels to make sure that they are where they need to be in order for us to provide a safe environment for our students. So there are a variety of factors.
Now, the board has given you the option to close individual schools. How would that work? What does that look like?
Yes, the board voted to recently provide me with the flexibility to close schools on an individual basis. And the board also recently gave me the authority to close parts of a school or a grade level in particular. And it's important to have that flexibility because you want to have as many tools in your toolbox as you possibly can, particularly during a pandemic.
You say that we're ready to go back into the classroom. Of course, some parents, some teachers are a little bit concerned. How do you make them feel at ease? That first day when everybody goes back, how will you make them feel at ease, and how can you help them understand that you've done everything possible to make sure that we are as safe as we can be in the building?
That's a great question, and I think back to when we initially had our elementary school students and staff members in our buildings. We had a subset of our students with disabilities, pre-K students, we had them back in the building. And I remember the anxiety and some of the apprehension that families and staff members had at that time. What we found was that once they returned to the building and they saw all of the protocols and safety measures that we had put in place, that anxiety and fear began to disappear. And so we believe once we bring more people back into our buildings, including those in our traditional middle schools and high schools who have not been in person this year, we believe the same thing will happen, primarily because of the protocols and the safety measures that we're taking.
We have about 60,000 students out of our 140,000 plus who have decided they will not return to the building. They've chosen to stay full remote. How do you plan to keep them engaged in learning?
So that is a significant portion of our student population. That's a choice that families have made, and we completely respect that and we honor that. And we are doing all that we can at the school level, principals and teachers, to keep our students in the Full Remote Academy engaged in learning. And we will continue to do that and make sure that we're providing the best possible instruction that we possibly can, as we will for our students who are returning for in-person learning.
And of course, teachers are prepared for the in-person and those who have decided to stay at home. Let's talk about vaccinations.
Yes.
Do you think that our teachers should be at the forefront of getting those shots?
Absolutely. But I do want to clarify that we teachers are extremely important to our school district, and we want them to I encourage them to get their vaccines at the appropriate time.
So when will that opportunity come for teachers and other staff to get that vaccine?
As far as our student-facing staff members, our governor announced recently that on February the 24th, that our student-facing staff members will begin to have that opportunity to receive a vaccination. And so we're excited about that. We're excited about that as we bring students back and staff members back in person.
Will you roll up your sleeves?
Absolutely, when it's my time, because I don't want to leapfrog over any other staff member, but certainly when it's my time to get the vaccine, I look forward to actually doing that.
Do you foresee a time when it will become mandatory for teachers and staff to get that shot?
You know, that's a great question, and I think that's a very personal question. And so that is not something that we have, as a school district, that we have mandated. And I frankly don't anticipate that we will go in that direction. But I do want to encourage staff members to get the vaccine. I think that's an extremely important task.
Well, of course, we have students returning back to campus, and some of those students are very excited because they get to participate in the performing arts as well as athletics. What's the plan to keep them safe and keep them on the field and on the stage?
Yes, we're excited to resume athletics and begin arts for our students who participate in those extracurricular activities. You know, it's important to remember that athletics, the arts are a part of students' overall educational experience. And so we think it's important from that standpoint. Having said that, we have very strict protocols in place that we have spoken with athletic directors and coaches and advisors to ensure that we're following those proper protocols, because this is a privilege. And we want to not just begin these activities, but we want students to be able to continue to enjoy them throughout the rest of the school year.
A rite of passage for our students is the prom and also graduation. Last year, students missed both. Do you foresee us having a prom, getting dressed up, cap and gown, marching across the stage this time?
We do acknowledge that prom and graduation are important rites of passages for our students, and we have begun to look at that. We have a team that is exploring the possibility and to determine what can we offer. So that decision has not been made yet.
Any ideas yet?
We have some ideas surfacing. Certainly, we had successful drive-by ceremonies for graduations last year and at the mid-year point this year in January. And so those ideas are still on the table, but we have not made a decision just yet. More to come on that later.
More insight from the superintendent in a moment. We all know that change is inevitable during a pandemic, and CMS is adapting in many ways. So we asked CMS Deputy Superintendent Dr. Matthew Hayes, what's different in academics? Give us insight on lessons learned.
We will not come back into education the way we left it, meaning that the pandemic has exposed, as I said before, many things that we thought existed, but it just really opened them wide open, right? Some of the disparities, some of the inequities that we have across our community that we need to address, and how we need to address them. How are we going to support those schools? How will they always receive the best of what we have to offer in our district to get them where they need to be to serve our students the proper way?
Insight on lower than expected student enrollment.
So we saw the largest gap of students actually in our kindergarten group, of students that just basically did not attend, did not come in. We also saw what we would normally see as an influx of students into our early grades. Kindergarten through third grade was not the same influx that we would see in years past. We really believe that that's really where a large majority of the loss in our numbers are generated. Many families that maybe have had kindergarten students probably said, I'm going to hold off for a year. Instead of sending my child in their first year during a pandemic, I'm going to wait and they'll go to school next year. And so we're looking to really, with excitement, to have them join us as we get ready to launch into next school year.
An insight on changes in how students will be graded.
We've also made some changes to our grading expectations that we have. A student cannot earn lower than a 50. A 50 is not passing. Basically what it says is that a student still has an opportunity to be within 10 points to be able to pass the course. We don't know exactly what is happening in all of our households, that may prevent a student from getting that work done. So what it does is it allows for students to have an opportunity of hope, that no matter what their situation is, there's still an opportunity that they can dig in and get the work done and be able to pass that course.
Welcome back to Insight. Nearly all of her time as chairperson of the CMS Board of Education has been during the COVID-19 pandemic that has emptied schools, ushered in virtual learning, and divided a community on when to bring students back. It's been a lesson in leadership for Elise Deshu.
Ms. Deshu, thank you so much for joining us today, giving us some insight as we return to in-person classrooms and in-person school. Is now the right time to go back into the school buildings?
It is. It is the right time. I know we've been waiting a long time. I know there are a lot of parents who wish we'd gotten back sooner, but when you look at our readiness in the school, when you look at our staffing readiness and our PPE and the work we've done on our school buildings and the community rates, this is the right time. But of course it's on us to take every possible precaution to keep our students safe and to keep our grown-ups safe.
How difficult was that decision for you guys to make for us to go back into the classroom?
Oh, it's so hard. It's been so hard.
A lot of conversations.
Yeah. Just, you know, following the evidence from the epidemiologists, and the research continues to shift and change and evolve. And so, you know, you've definitely had to be flexible and up to speed on all of that. And just listening to thousands of parents and teachers and employees, like bus drivers and teacher assistants and kids, and everybody has a firmly held, passionate opinion. So you got to listen to all of that with empathy, and then ultimately find the best solution that you can come up with.
I wanted to ask you about that. I call it a lot of voices in your head. How do you make sure that you're giving everyone the information that they need to believe whatever it is that you're trying to convince them of?
Well, I don't know that I can convince anybody of anything. People are so divided right now in our nation. Everybody thinks their opinion about COVID is science-based and the other person's opinion is political. And I hear that from both sides. And so ultimately, I just have to be empathetic when I listen to whether it's a family that is worried about our readiness to go back, or whether it's a family that is worried about the risks of their kids doing in-person learning too long. I have to listen and learn from both perspectives, and then ultimately I have to follow the evidence and deal with the cards we've been dealt and make the best possible decision for our kids when there is no good decision a lot of times. There's only the least bad decision.
What does that conversation sound like? A parent calls you or a parent emails you, I want my child back in the classroom, or you get the opposite, I don't want my child back in the classroom. What does that conversation sound like if we could eavesdrop?
I don't think you'd want to eavesdrop on some of those conversations, because just the emotions have been incredibly intense for a year now.
Tell me this, and we spoke about this a second ago, there was no Pandemic 101 class that we attended to prepare us for this. And if it was the 8 a.m. class.
I wish I'd taken that class in college.
Yeah, you were thrown into this. What have you learned?
Well, I learned that we have some incredible staff in CMS, everyone from the superintendent to every single school teacher. And the work that they're doing is heroic. It was heroic before there was ever a pandemic, and it's heroic on steroids right now. Yes, we've had to change course so many times because the pandemic has unfolded in kind of a chaotic way. but definitely have learned a lot about how to pull a team together in a crisis.
What would be your message to Team CMS, the students, the teachers, and other staff, and the parents, as every single school opens its doors, embrace all of those students coming back on campus?
Socially distanced embrace.
Virtual hugs.
To be responsible, and that's for the community too. We have got to be smart. I mean, I'm starting to hear anecdotes of families planning big spring break trips. Oh, let's just be responsible because we're still in this pandemic. Kindness is so, so important. So it's be kind and be respectful.
Well, we certainly do appreciate your time, and we appreciate your insight as CMS students prepare to head back into the classroom with all campuses ready to welcome, I should say, Team CMS back.
Yeah, it's going to be good. I'm glad that we're here, and but yeah, we just all have to work together to make sure we stay safe.
Well, as we get ready to go back to school and we get ready to end this show, when I say back to school, back to the building, any final thoughts, any last thoughts you want to offer our team and our family members of CMS?
Yes, I would strongly encourage us all, because this is really a community effort. And although the numbers, the metrics are moving in the right direction, by no means are we out of the woods. And so I implore us to continue to do those things to keep us safe. I really ask our parents to make sure that we do not send students who are sick to school. We have reopened our schools for in-person learning, but we want to keep them open. And so that will be key in us being able to keep our schools open.
We'll be flexible and we'll be ready.
We're looking forward to it. Thank you.
Students in CMS now have the option of returning to in-person learning at their school or continuing with virtual learning at their home. The steps that got us here put a top priority on the safety of all of our students and all of our staff. Thanks so much for joining us. We hope you learned something that will help you become an informed parent, an energized employee, or an engaged community member. Your support is important to the success of CMS. Be safe and take care. We'll see you next time for more insight.
We do this for sanitation purposes to kill all the anything that's going on the bus with germs and of course COVID.
So here are the iPads that every student will get along with a charger.
It's different, but it is. I'm loving seeing the kids smile every day and being back at school, so I'm ready. We ready.
basketball, softball, cannonball. Which sounds the most fun to you?
Meet Mr. and Mrs. Johnson, and Mr. and Mrs. Johnson and Jordan, and Jamie Johnson, two beautiful babies born on the very same day. Each baby has a good chance of landing in a good place in life, as long as one of them doesn't lose the zip code lottery. Like 1 million babies each year, Jamie's been born into a low-income family. And since Jamie's mom lacked access to good prenatal care, Jamie's much smaller than Jordan. And since they won't have access to brain-developing activities found in high-quality childcare, low-income children like Jamie will be 2 times more likely to experience developmental delays. It probably won't surprise you that by their 3rd birthday, Jamie's been exposed to a lot fewer words than Jordan. A whole lot fewer. And I imagine Jamie's 4th birthday won't be much better. By the time they reach kindergarten, Jamie will have already fallen behind Jordan in language and pre-reading skills by 12 to 14 months. And getting to school on a regular basis will be perhaps Jamie's biggest challenge. Unfortunately, a myriad of health, transportation, and housing problems will cause between 5 and 7.5 million Jamies to be chronically absent this year. But with summer right around the corner, you'd think Jamie would have plenty of time to catch up with Jordan then. Sadly, summer presents new challenges for Jamie. A mountain of challenges. You see, every summer, Jordan's learning will evolve by a month because of access to libraries, field trips, and camps, while Jamie will lose 2 months of school learning every summer because good habits such as reading haven't been reinforced. By the time they reach 3rd grade, Jamie will be between 2 and 2.5 school years behind Jordan in critical reading skills. And how much more likely is Jamie to drop out than Jordan because he can't read at a 3rd grade level? 13 times more likely, and the results of which are frankly catastrophic.
All right. Good evening. I now call the April 13th, 2021 meeting of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education to order. I will now entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Motion from Ms. Sawyer, second from Ms. Byers-Bailey. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Any opposed? Okay. Madam Clerk, the agenda is adopted by a vote of 8-0. And I'm now going to call on District 3 Board Member Dr. Ruby Jones to introduce tonight's pledge leader. And turn on your mic.
Mackenzie Hunt is our pledge leader tonight and will speak to us about the character trait of perseverance. So timely. Mackenzie is an 8th grader at Northridge Middle School. She has a 10-year-old sister named Madison and a 2-year-old black lab named Pepper. Before coming to Northridge, she attended Reedy Creek Elementary. Mackenzie is a member of the National Junior Honor Society and the PTSA. She is a new member of Kids Lead from Generation Nation and has co-founded a group at Northridge Middle called Youth for Change. She plays clarinet in the Northridge Band. She enjoys watching video essays, reading short stories, and talking to her friends. Next year, Mackenzie will attend East Mecklenburg High School. She says she is excited about meeting new people in high school and looks forward to more freedom and responsibilities. She plans to pursue a career in either journalism or filmmaking. She is joined tonight by her parents, and I hope I pronounced this correctly, Keely Hunt and Dr. Devanya Govan Hunt, and her little sister, Madison. Would all three of you please stand to be recognized? Thank you. Can we see that?
All right, go ahead and lead us with the pledge.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Tonight, I'm going to be talking about the character trait perseverance. Perseverance is something that I've struggled a lot with, especially over this past year. At times, it felt pointless to put maximum effort into anything when it felt like nothing mattered. I was stuck in a loop of wanting to be the best version of myself that I could be and not wanting to put in the work, then feeling guilty about it and setting unrealistic goals for myself that made me feel even more guilty when I didn't reach them. Sometimes I would completely shut down when something got too challenging. I would get behind on my schoolwork, stop texting friends, and spend hours scrolling through videos on my phone to distract me from my responsibilities. I started to question myself. If someone wasn't constantly reminding and encouraging me to do something, would I be able to do it? It seemed like everything I tried to accomplish on my own, from learning how to play the ukulele to speaking French, I eventually gave up on. Then it dawned on me. I had a complete misunderstanding of perseverance. It wasn't how much you can accomplish on your own without asking for help. It was not giving up on something that you're passionate about and being able to use the resources around you to adapt to reach your goal. Perseverance is resilience and the ability to persist and be determined enough to do your best even when things get tough. Perseverance has nothing to do with how smart you are or how good your grades are. It's about not letting obstacles discourage you from reaching your goal. Perseverance is necessary to create change both in your own life and your community. If you don't try something, you've already failed. So why not try? Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was a message we needed to hear, especially this time of year. A message we all need to hear. All right. We're now going to move on to requests from the public. And the rules are as follows. Each speaker will be called to speak one at a time, unless you're part of a group. Each speaker will have a maximum of 2 minutes to address the board. Each speaker may speak on any topic of their choice except for individual student matters or specific personnel matters. Personal attacks will not be allowed. Profanity or other inappropriate language will not be allowed, and the board reserves the right to cut off and mute any speaker who violates these rules. And I will call the speakers into the Zoom room 3 at a time. So our first 3 speakers will be Nancy Pope, Ricky Hall, and Dr. Valeria Avery. And Ms. Pope is up first.
Madam Chair, just a moment. We lost both of those first 2 speakers.
Mr. Root, should I go to the 3rd speaker and then come back to the other 2?
Yes, we have Dr. Avery back. Please move ahead with her.
Okay, so we'll start with you, Dr. Avery.
Thank you so much. Greetings, Superintendent Winston and members of the CMS board. With great honor on behalf of the Parker family, I want to say thank you for this opportunity to share information about my great-grandfather, Charles H. Parker, who lived and worked in the West Boulevard corridor. His name is significant in that there is a street, Parker Drive, named after him. The affordable income apartments, Parker Heights, named after him. Charles H. Parker was a strong advocate of children and public education. He was a teacher. He helped purchase land for the Berry Hill School, which became Plato Price High School, the first black school in Charlotte. He donated land for the Moore Sanctuary AME Zion Church and the Brothers and Sisters Aid Society. He was one of the organizers of Amy James Mission Sunday School, which later became Amy James Presbyterian Church. Charles H. Parker exhibited excellence. He was remarkably diverse. He was inclusive of the others around him. He demonstrated commitment. He was a great achiever. He was a black man who came out of slavery in that day, who had the wherewithal to acquire quite a bit of land for his family and to help others. Charles H. Parker's life supports the mission of Barringer Academic Center. His life was challenging, from slavery to a man of wealth and success. His example fosters college, career-minded scholars and leadership. He encouraged leadership in a multicultural society. Charles H. Parker was born into a multicultural family, Indian mother and black father. The landmarks left in his name, Parker Drive and Parker Heights Apartments, demonstrate that it would be fitting and an honor.
Dr. Avery, I'm so sorry. We're doing 2 minutes per speaker, but would be grateful if you could send your comments in to the board clerk so that we can read the rest of what you had to say, because we need to know this history, and it's an honor to hear it from the family. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so next we have, I believe we have Nancy Pope back.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Good evening.
Go right ahead.
Good evening. Greetings, Superintendent Winston and all attending. I appreciate being given the opportunity to speak to the committee. I want to thank Mike Moore, who responded to my message on Ancestry.com and let me know about the fact that my great-grandfather was being considered for Barringer, as a name being submitted for Barringer Academic School name change. Thank also Ricky Hall, who had the relationship with my aunt Olivia Sims. And I thank you for submitting information about my great-grandfather. And a big thank you to Principal Stephanie Range and Thomas Connors for being so helpful and always answering emails and phone calls promptly and providing information and clarity when needed during this process. Charles H. Parker was a strong advocate for children and public education. He was a school teacher, one of 4 men who helped purchase the land for Berry Hill School. Berry Hill School became Plato Price High School. This same group of men donated land and helped build more Sanctuary AME Zion Church and the Brothers and Sisters Aid Society. Also, Charles H. Parker was one of the organizers of the Amy James Mission Sunday School, which later became the Amy James Presbyterian Church. Charles H. Parker's life supports the mission of Barringer Academic Center. Also, Charles H. Parker's name is significant in the West Boulevard corridor. Parker Heights apartments were built on part of his estate in 1970 to provide affordable housing. Parker Drive and Parker Heights are landmarks left in his name. How befitting it would be to have Barringer Academic Center renamed Charles H. Parker Academic Center. Thank you.
Thank you. So I understand Ricky Hall is not with us. Next, we have Patricia Parker, Renetta Holloway, and Virgie Middleton, although I understand that Patricia Parker is not with us. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Virgie Middleton is also not with us. So really next we have Renetta Holloway, Lisa Middleton, and then Kathy Middleton.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Let me start by saying thank you to the board and to the school leadership for this opportunity. I am Renetta Etheridge Holloway, the great-great-granddaughter of Charles H. Parker. I'm speaking on behalf of my mother, Eloise Etheridge, who is the great-granddaughter of Charles H. Parker and could not be with us due to health reasons. But she knew Charles H. Parker. And we called him Grandpa Parker. She recalls his commitment to learning and his sense of community, in particular, the West Boulevard community. He demonstrated his passion for education and community and helping others, and that is noted. Through his life, he was an example to others, and he helped others to grow and to do better in the community and prosper. It would be an honor and fitting to have Barringer Academic Center named for Charles H. Parker because of the things he did during his life. His legacy is consistent with the school's mission, and we think it would be something to lift the students' pride. I thank you again for this tremendous opportunity, and good evening.
Thank you. So next we have, I guess Virgie Middleton is not here. So next we have Lisa Middleton and then Kathy Middleton.
The board, the members of Barringer, the Stephanie, to my family members who got the information to me. I am honored today to think of the Barringer being named after my great-great-grandfather, Charles H. Parker. Charles H. Parker was my grandmother's grandfather, and she talked about him. And I want want to tell you a few things she would tell us he would say. She would say that my grandpa said, choose your own friend. Don't let people choose you. And the fear is wisdom. And another thing she would often say to us was, don't let, he that keepeth his tongue keepeth his life. And if you don't work, you don't eat. That was a few of the things he would tell her. And as we grew up, she made sure we understood what she learned from Charles H. Parker. She told us that he made butter, he could make soap, he raised all kinds of vegetables, and he was a salesman. He sold food and gave away a lot. He was a giving person. And I am so honored and so proud to know that we can have a school named after a person who came out of slavery, who did so much. He's a phenomenal man. I praise God for this day, and I'm thanking God, and I thank the school. And I would like to take this a little further, and every year I would like to honor a student. I would like to have, in his name, some students receive an award. Somebody says, you just want a foundation in this thing. Well, I'm telling you the truth. I'd really like to have that. And the school could choose somebody every year that we could honor in his name. God bless you and keep you. And I'm praying that he's the winner. I seen the battle last night. And I want you to know I am so honored and I am so blessed. And I thank each and every one of you. You've been so kind, very kind. And I appreciate everything you've done. God bless you.
Thank you, Ms. Middleton. Thank you so much. That's our 2 minutes. We'll follow up with you on that. So next we have another Ms. Middleton, Kathy Middleton.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear. Thanks.
Thank you for allowing me to speak before you today, Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District. I am the great-great-great-granddaughter of Charles H. Parker and the daughter of Virgie Middleton. And I concur with her and the rest of my family that it would be fitting to the children of your school to have the Barringer School, renamed after a man who is as great as our great-great-great-grandfather. As you already know, Charles Parker came out of slavery. When he became free, he left the slave system with nothing but the rags on his back. And yet, despite the fact that he was, due to systemic racism and slavery, born and bred in poverty, he still practiced the principles of giving to his community, of being generous to the people who are around him, of lifting up your fellow man. He did this by forming the school. He did this by helping to found the church. He did this by helping to other individuals who were establishing homesteads after slavery to establish homes of their own. He did many, many things for the people of the Charlotte community. My understanding is that the school that he founded was attended by a former Congress member from the state of North Carolina. So my great-great-grandfather's impact is tremendous, and I believe that he would be a great inspiration. His name being on the school would be a great inspiration to each and every student who is currently and in the future will be part of the Barringer Academic Center. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and I look forward to speaking with you in the future about the actual celebrations, because we believe that you will select Charles Parker as the next name for the school.
Thank you very much. All right, so next we have Jerry Lewis, followed by Perry Aletto, and then Don Cornelius. So Jerry Lewis is up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you.
Okay, I had problems. Greetings to the superintendent and the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this discussion today. My family, they have really spoken and said everything that I had to say as well. But I'm going to let you know that I am honored again. And Charles Parker, he was an anchor of education for Black children for 50 years. He helped many Black families acquire land, and he built homes in the Remount area. He bought 12 acres of land. And in the 1970s, the family teamed up with the civil rights leaders to build affordable housing there. And the 19th century homestead, Parker Heights Apartments, still provides low market rents to residents. I want to thank you for allowing me to expound on my great-great-grandfather. The name Charlie Parker Academy would bear historical relevance because it would be named after a slave versus a slave owner. I applaud my great-grandfather for turning his scars into stars. I feel that his name stands for the test of times. He reflects one with community values and beliefs. He presented a positive impact on education, and his contributions will certainly instill inspiration in the students. And therefore, I look forward to Charlie Parker's Academy, and I too would be one that will make a contribution yearly to a student when his name is chosen for the renaming of the school.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Next, we have Perry Aletto, then Don Cornelius, and then Brooke Weiss. Mr.
Hello,
Aletto.
board. I'm very honored to address the board. I am honored, in fact, as we are addressing someone, a great part of a history. But when I looked at the 2040 plan they have for Charlotte, the problem is that it erases that history. For when you look at all the holes in the current plan, it doesn't look into a population that will be erased because they can no longer live in Charlotte because it's no longer affordable. We can name wonderful landmarks after wonderful people, but they'll be erased in a sense because it's not servicing, because the current system does not serve the people that we serve. 72% of our population is African American. Our current education system does not serve their needs adequately. There's not adequate aids in the regular ed classrooms to teach adequate reading and mathematics that addresses that population. And the one-size-fits-all that we've used and we've taken is not a good idea, and we need to rethink and think to the future and stop giving everything to developers without thinking about what about our community as a whole and its future, and where are these people going to go? And that's all I'm here to say.
Okay, thank you. And next we have Don Cornelius, then Brooke Weiss, and then Stacy Staggs. So Ms. Cornelius.
Good evening.
Uh-oh, you froze. Oh dear. Well, let's give her a second, and then we might have to come back to Ms. Cornelius. Okay, let's go to Brooke Weiss, and then hopefully Ms. Cornelius will get her internet moving again.
And up and down, had ups and downs with for 4 days, that it was going to be for 3 weeks, and then
Ms. Cornelius, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you froze, so could you go ahead and start again? And Nicole, could you start the timer again? Because we don't want to miss anything that you have to say.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, well, good evening, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I am a parent of a middle schooler who's been in CMS since she's been in pre-K. And with the COVID-19 situation, I've had some concerns about the 4 days, middle high schoolers going back for 4 days for 3 weeks, and then returning for 5 days. And I was wondering, what is the rationale in having them go back for 4 days, for 3 weeks, and then turn around having them go back for 5 days with no days where where the teachers are allowed to, or the custodians are allowed to clean the schools. I am, like I said, concerned.
Dear. All right.
I'm sorry. I am concerned about, them going back for 5 days, and what is the rationale behind them going back for, 3 weeks for 5 days, and why they keep changing stuff. And my last question to it is, do they have a plan in place if they have a high number of students getting COVID-19? I was working in school today, and a student has symptoms of COVID-19, and it's just, I was saying, this is just an example of, what plan do they have in place, for students if there's high cases of COVID-19? And thank you.
All right, thank you. And we'll follow up with that information. Okay, next we have Brooke Weiss, and then Stacy Staggs, and then Benna Hawes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, first, I just want to thank you for voting to allow parents the option to send their children back to in-person learning. My understanding is that all but one of you voted to do that, and I, for one, am very grateful. As a Jewish mother, I was recently shocked when my daughter, a junior, showed me a Holocaust minimizing question that was posed on an assessment. I found out the book that she was reading in her ELA class is rooted in critical race theory and white fragility. Under the 14th Amendment, states and school districts have an obligation to prevent the creation of a learning environment that provides hostility towards a certain race or sex. Government entities, including public schools, cannot adopt policies and programs that perpetuate racial stereotyping, discrimination, and harassment. CRT-based programs are often hateful, divisive, and filled with falsehoods. They traffic in racial stereotypes, collective guilt, and racial segregation and race-based harassment. That's why it is absolutely no place in public education. Critical race theory makes a moral judgment about people based on the color of their skin. Critical race theory is, in and of itself, inherently racist. CRT is just a reformulation of the Marxist oppressor-oppressed dialect, replacing the class categories of bourgeoisie and proletariat with the racial categories of white and black. After the incident at my daughter's school, I reached out to Mr. Strain, who is my board representative, and all of the at-large members. Mr. Strain and only one of the at-large members responded. Ms. Jennifer DeLaJara, forgive me if I mispronounced your name, responded saying that I don't have to worry about whether or not CRT will be taught as state defines North Carolina standards, not you or the Board of Education. CRT doesn't have to be included in the standards in order for it to be introduced into our classrooms as evidenced by my daughter's situation. I'm asking for specific action that forbids CRT indoctrination in our classrooms, and I want to ask each of you the following questions so your answers can be placed on record. Number one, where do you stand on critical race theory? Specifically, do you support the implementation of instruction involving critical race theory in our classrooms? Number two, CMS recently began a mandatory monthly SEL curriculum that's taught during homeroom. Can you define, using very specific language, what social justice means? Do you believe that people who disagree with the term social justice policies that you support are advocates of injustice? And number three, will you publicly disclose how much money our district and school are spending on SEL initiatives and how much is being spent on teacher training programs?
Okay.
Last thing I'm going to do is ask you to provide an official copy of district SEL.
That's your 2 minutes. Thank you. Okay, and then we have Stacy Staggs.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
All right, thank you. I want to, so this month's attribute is persistence, and that is not lost on me. As we have been anticipating and warning against, COVID cases in Mecklenburg County are on the rise again. The adults in the community continue to fail to put significant and sufficient disruption in the way of spreading infection. As such, I'm floored and dismayed that the school district decided to expand the exposure window for COVID-19 in almost every way possible. As it stands, per CMS's own metrics, we are in the red at 152 cases per 100,000. with a 6.6% positive test rate, which is also read per CDC guidelines designed for safe reopening of the schools. That means our middle and high school students should not be in the buildings, as of course they are. The same is true for surrounding counties. Union, Cabarrus, and Gaston are all also in the red for us. Quick numbers review. Within Mecklenburg County, and this is per the state dashboard, 10,000 people aged 5 to 17 have already tested positive for COVID. Curiously, less than 800 of those school-age people in our county have also been tracked through CMS. So you're less than 10%. Also, earlier in March, the CDC updated and tightened their definition of clusters from 5 epidemiologically linked cases to 2 epidemiologically linked cases, which should mean that while CMS is increasing the number of students, the density in classrooms, and the amount of hours of exposure, potential exposure, that we should see an influx in clusters. That's yet to happen, as I believe CMS's documentation is outdated, so reflecting 5 instead of 2, despite the CDC update last month.
Thank you, Ms. Daggs. I'm cutting everybody off tonight. 2 minutes seems shorter than usual for everybody tonight. And it looks like we had missed Patricia Parker earlier in the list, and apparently she is now with us. So I'd like to go ahead and bring her up, and then our last speaker will be Benna Haas.
Hello?
Hi there.
Hi. I don't know what happened, but I am under 2 minutes. I am Patricia Parker, along with my dad, Charles, named after his grandfather, my aunts, uncles, and cousins, past, present, future. We stand on the shoulders of Grandpa Parker, who is the man you know as Charles H. Parker. Just like him, we are a family of educators, teachers who have taught in and outside of the Charlotte area and other parts of the United States, as well as in other countries. Like our aunt, Olivia Parker Sims, his daughter, we are a family of educators, doctors, nurses, all medically trained, and religious ministers of various faiths. We continue to uphold, honor, and live by the standards of Grandpa Parker's, his integrity, his values, and the beliefs and reasons he had for developing strong communities and families. Most of all, we continue to follow in his footsteps, upholding his concern and being sure that children had schools to go to, that families had places to live, and people had churches to attend. We have family who live in Charlotte on Grandpa Parker's land to this day. We have family who've graduated from Barringer, and we are proud of that. We have parents, friends who lived across the street from Barringer. On behalf of the family, those of us outside of Charlotte, from north to south, east to west in the United States, we are honored to be a part of this renaming process, and we will be forever grateful to the staff of Barringer Academic Center and the Department Board of Education there in Charlotte-Mecklenburg County that we all call home. Thank you for this outstanding experience.
Thank you. And our last speaker tonight is Benna Haas. I hope I pronounced your name right.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you. All right, can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you perfectly.
All right, great. Well, good evening. My name is Benna Haas. I'm Secondary Talent Development Specialist. Thank you, Mr. Winston, and also for the board members for all the critical and urgent decisions that you have made during pandemic to support teachers and students. And thank you, Dr. Nelson, and also Ms. Hensley for supporting advanced learning needs of all students. I'm here to advocate for middle school underrepresented gifted students. I urge you to allocate resources for middle school AIG certified staff positions in learning communities. CMS Navigator portal data showed that DF somewhere in report among gifted students of high poverty schools and students of color, gifted students of color mirror districts, chronic absenteeism. That's crisis. Who gets hit hard during crisis? Our brightest kids. It goes against every fiber of federal and state policies of Every Student Succeeds Act that clearly states that instructional support must be provided for gifted students. So is NC State Article 9B and the DPI's call to action on equity and excellence. CMS has had no talent development positions in middle schools to support diverse gifted students. All AFs who are AIG certified are extremely rare, and those who are, they juggle multiple responsibilities. And despite UNCC and Queen's licensure partnership program, there are no incentives for middle school teachers and AFs. So middle schools have EC and ESL teachers to serve all students' needs. Why don't we have AIG certified teachers or AFs to provide supplemental and intensive support for students? I urge you that you would work to create AIG certified positions as full-time for the next AIG plan cycle. These positions can free up other responsibilities and can lift barriers for all gifted students and all students. And these positions can support all shareholders shift mindset and biases from at-risk students and supporting all at-potential students. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And I had said that Ms. Hawes was our last speaker, but it turns out that Ricky Hall has now joined us, who was not with us earlier. He was on the list, but we had skipped over him. So Mr. Hall gets the last word tonight.
Okay, good. Good evening, everyone. And I'm Ricky Hall. I'm the board chair of the West Boulevard Neighborhood Coalition. And I have lived in the West Boulevard corridor all of my life. And I am here in support of renaming Barringer Academy in honor of Mr. Charles Parker, who is a legendary figure in a tall timber in the West Boulevard corridor, not just in the Parker Heights community, but all through the West Boulevard corridor from an African-American history perspective. And so many of his family have spoken, and I'm pretty sure spoke well, but I'm an inheritor of the legacy of Mr. Parker in the sense that his daughter, Mrs. Olivia Parker Sims, was a mentor of mine. And while I can't explain it to you in detail as the family can, I can say that from the most sanctuary area to the middle area of the community with Reed Park and Carr Heights and figures like Amy James, Mr. Parker's footprint is all over the West Boulevard corridor, and it is a high honor if you would name that school in his honor, given his talents, his multiple talents from the community perspective, from the educational perspective, from the building of places of worship and leaving this legacy. It is a fitting honor to name the school in his honor, and I applaud the effort to do so.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Hall. Madam Clerk, did we receive any public comments by email?
Madam Chair, we received one public comment email from Wendy Gibson.
All right. Would you go ahead and read that into the record then, please?
Good evening. I would like to bring the current 500 spectator limit at outdoor stadiums to your attention. Now that CMS reopened schools to in-person learning, I feel outdoor capacity limits should be reconsidered. Governor Cooper eased restrictions on March 26 to allow 50% capacity in sports arenas and fields. I strongly believe that if it is now safe to allow 1,000 plus in school buildings, it is safe to allow at least that same number in outdoor facilities and stadiums. CMS has multiple teams competing in the NCHSAA football state playoffs. 2 teams are competing for the 4AA football state championship. Huff Huskies and Vance Cougars. Round 1 is Friday, April 16th. I was unable to find seating capacity for Vance. However, Huff Stadium capacity is listed as 3,500. According to Governor Cooper's recommendation, 1,750 spectators should be allowed to attend Friday's game. This is an increase of 1,250 spectators, which would generate $10,000 at Huff alone. Concession sales would also increase, which directly benefit the schools. If kids pay to play, why not increase capacity and generate as much revenue as possible? Furthermore, increased capacity would give college recruiters an opportunity to attend and evaluate players in person. I implore you to reconsider your previous decision to limit capacity to 500 spectators. Thank you for your time and consideration. Wendy Gibson.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So next, colleagues, we're going to move on to the public hearing for the superintendent's 2020-2021 budget recommendation. And I could read all of the rules, but I understand that we have no speakers for this hearing. Just confirming that. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, we do not have any speakers for the public hearing.
And then did we receive any emails for the hearing?
Madam Chair, there are none.
Okay, so in that case, I'm not going to make us all listen to the rules. And I will now declare this public hearing closed. Next item is our consent agenda. Is there a motion that the board approve the consent agenda items?
So moved.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion from Ms. Sawyer, second from Ms. Delahara. Before we move to a vote, does any board member wish to pull any part of this item for individual consideration? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please let it be known by a show of hands. Do we have any opposed? Okay. Madam Clerk, that passes by 8-0. All right, next we have 3 action items tonight. The first action item is to consider the criteria for redrawing Board of Education electoral districts. Before the board acts, I'm going to turn to Charles Jeter, the Executive Director of Government Affairs, Policy, and Board Services, to present the criteria that is being recommended by the redistricting work group.
So, Madam Chair, members of the board, we have, I don't know why it's not showing. Marcus is going to try to help me out. Okay. It is, we have 5 criteria before y'all. It's the same criteria that we've had previously. We did drop one based on feedback from our previous conversation we had last 3 weeks ago with y'all. So I'll give you those 5 criteria. One is ideal population, the 1 person, 1 vote rule. Number 2 is contiguous districts. They can't be separated. It all has to be contained within itself. 3 is incumbent protection. 4 is the compactness of districts. You can't look like a salamander, going back to Elbridge Gary. And then the 5th one is the no split precincts. We have 195 precincts. We don't want to split any, which you can do nowadays in the computer technology. We think it's a bad process. So the work group would ask the board to adopt those 5 criteria. That is our recommendation to y'all tonight, to adopt those 5 criteria.
Okay. And by incumbent protection, you mean no double bunking?
That is correct. So as we draw the maps, we will not put 2 incumbents in a similar district moving forward.
Okay. So thank you so much. Thank you for your work on that. Board members, do you have any questions that have not already been answered? Ms. Marshall?
Just these 5 criteria, can you just give me a comment? I think they're pretty much the same thing that had been in previous iterations of maps. And I would also assume, and you can comment on that as well, are they the types of things that we see in other district races across the state?
Yeah, so I think that's a great question, Ms. Marshall. These are best practices. Two of them, the first two, ideal population and the contiguous district boundaries, are required by external law anyway, so even if you don't adopt those, you have to. The other three have been consistent with previous actions by the board. This will actually only be the third time in our history we've redrawn our district, so it has been it has existed, excuse me, in the previous two incarnations as well. It's also consistent with best practices that the General Assembly and other districts around the country use. There are some other ancillary ones that sometimes people use. We didn't include those. We tried to stick to the best practice, the core issue, to make sure we were clean and efficient as we drew the maps.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Strain?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jeter. The item that was dropped from the last time, can you explain what that is and the case for it being dropped?
So the item that was dropped of the original 6 was to draw a version of the map that was consistent with the county commission's map. After discussion, it was the concern was A, the timing may not match up, and B, it was concerns that whether or not that was a necessary part of the equation moving forward. So that was the genesis of the conversations among the work group. We met last week and determined that based on the feedback we had got from some of your colleagues that we would remove that. I will say predominantly the reason was because we're different on a different cycle than they are, the timing really doesn't add up, and we didn't want a requirement there that we knew we probably wouldn't be able to meet.
Thank you.
So since we're going first, if they have the option to match
if the
up
county
with
wants
their
to follow
maps.
our lead, we're happy to help them in their efforts.
Right, okay. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to turn to Board Member Margaret Marshall to make this motion.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the criteria for redrawing Board of Education electoral districts as recommended by the redistricting work group. These 5 criteria are: 1, ideal population; 2, contiguous district boundaries; 3, incumbent protection; 4, compactness of districts; 5, no split precincts.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
So motion from Ms. Marshall, second from Carol Sawyer. Ms. Marshall, would you like to speak to your motion?
I will just quickly. I think that in the questions and in the quick presentation we've had, that these are best practices. These are things that other districts use, our own county, city. We've used them in the past. I think these make sense and they're common sense, and I would recommend that we go forward with them.
Okay, do we have any further discussion or debate? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please let it be known by a show of hands. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes 8-0, Madam Clerk. Thanks, guys. Thanks for your work. Thanks to your whole team for the work. Okay, our next action item is proposing the renaming of Barringer Academic Center. Before the board acts, I'm going to turn to the superintendent to introduce this item and to make a recommendation.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Education. At this time, I would like to make a recommendation to change the name of Barringer Academic Center. But before I share the recommendation, I would like to state my appreciation for the work of the school naming committee. All of the committee members provided thoughtful input, and Principal Stephanie Range and Learning Community Superintendent Dr. Raymond Barnes led a thorough process and effort to consider choices that would make the new school name one in which all residents of Charlotte and the surrounding area can be proud. And so I am proud to recommend that the name of Barringer Academic Center be changed to Charles H. Parker Academic Center. As you have already heard earlier this evening, Mr. Parker was a local activist who helped develop the West Boulevard corridor. He was born into slavery, but rose from those beginnings to build schools, help establish churches, and provided affordable housing for the African American community. I believe that naming the school in his honor will inspire students and reflect positively throughout our community. And with that, Madam Chair, board members, I would humbly ask for your approval of the recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do you have any questions before I turn to the motion? Hearing none. Ms. Byers-Bailey, would you like to make the motion?
I certainly would, since this school is located in my district, District 2. I take great pleasure, Madam Chair, in I move to approve the renaming of Barringer Academic Center to the Charles H. Parker Academic Center. This name change will go into effect for the 2021-2022 school year.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
So we've got a motion from Ms. Byers-Bailey, a second from Ms. Shipp. I heard a lot of seconds, but I heard Ms. Shipp first. Ms. Byers-Bailey, could you please speak to your motion?
Thank you. As I said, I am familiar with this location. I have been in that facility several times. The students are absolutely delightful. And I am really excited that we are changing the name of a school to someone who was born into slavery that accomplished so very much in his community, rather than someone who supported slavery. And we've heard a lot from the family, so I won't go any further than that. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion or debate before we vote? Well, I will just say I'm inspired by what I've learned about Mr. Parker, both from the family tonight and from what historians have been able to inform us of. And he's the kind of role model and history maker that we ought to know more about. And by naming a school for him, I think our community is going to know a lot more about him and his legacy, and we can all aspire to be more like Mr. Parker. So with that, all in favor of Ms. Byers-Bailey's motion, please let it be known by a show of hands. Any opposed? And Madam Clerk, that vote passes by 8-0. Our final action item tonight is a recommendation to approve the contract for the needlepoint bipolar ionization installation at 39 CMS facilities. Before the board acts, I turn to the superintendent to introduce this item and to make a recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members, for your previous vote. I did want to acknowledge the 3 families who were under consideration for the vote as well, for the Barringer Academic Center renaming. As it relates to this particular item, the needlepoint bipolar ionization, I am going to ask Ms. Shawn Turner to come forward to provide some additional details. But as you all know, and as we have discussed many times since the beginning of the COVID pandemic, it is imperative that we make improvements to air quality in our facilities, particularly those facilities for which we do not have the capability to bring in outside air or minimum outside air. And so after much research and consideration, this needlepoint bipolar ionization unit option was determined to be the best choice to optimize air quality, and we prioritize the 39 facilities, most of which are school sites. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Turner.
Good evening. So what I have in my hand is an example of the device that we will be installing in all of our HVAC systems throughout the district, in every classroom and in every school. If you'd like to take a look at it. That device is called an ionizer, or we call it that we are installing needlepoint bipolar ionization in the schools. And we will have a mechanical contractor that will go to these 39 schools and specifically to the classrooms where we have no or limited outside air capabilities. And we will begin our first phase of installation with these devices. Why is this so important? Well, one of the reasons it's so important is that many of you know that COVID is an airborne transmitted virus. And as a result, that's been a really big concern of many of the parents, of many of our staff members. We've even had staff members and some parents ask about buying their own purifiers. What were we going to do about it? And so our staff spent a lot of time researching, talking with people from Council of Great City Schools. We actually talked with staff members from City of Charlotte, Cabarrus County Schools, as well as Greenville County, South Carolina schools, to get an idea of some of the things that other school districts were doing prior to making final decisions. And we decided on this device. And one of the reasons that we did this device, it actually provides the addition of ionized molecules in the airstream through that electronic device. So what does that actually do? Well, it produces millions of positive and negative molecules that attach themselves to air particulates or allergens, dust, viruses. And what does that actually do? What it does is it makes it larger so that our filters, if you remember back in February, prior to the students and staff coming back to the buildings, we issued a memo talking about some of the HVAC quality initiatives that we had underway at CMS. And one of the things that we did was to upgrade our filters from MERV 8 to MERV 10. With this technology, it is considered, the combination of the two would be considered MERV, that we've actually upgraded to MERV 13, I apologize. But at any rate, what it does, it helps to trap those air particulates and remove them and capture them in the filter, which cleans the air or purifies the air. It's an additional method of air purification. And it's one that we decided to utilize because this particular device has a self-cleaning component. We have 29 staff members in HVAC. We have approximately 10,000 classrooms across the district. And so it's vitally important that we had something that would be easy for us to maintain going forward.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do you have any questions before we go to the motion? It's really cool to see what it looks like. It's smaller than I expected.
And some of the larger pieces of equipment, they have more than one.
Oh, okay.
In it.
I see Ms. Fowler's hand, our student advisor, and then I see Ms. Marshall's hand.
Hi, this is Brianna Fowler speaking. And just for clarification for not only me, but the public as well, what were we doing instead of these devices now that they're new and coming to these 39 schools?
So one of the things, if you recall earlier in the year, we sent a memo out that details some of the activities that schools could do to assist with I guess, letting in fresh air into the classrooms. And some of those things were like, for example, where we could, we introduced outside air incrementally into those classrooms where we could. We also upgraded filters. We also extended schedules for our HVAC systems to run on a 24/7 period of time to keep them operating for continuous airflow throughout the buildings. We corrected functionality of exhaust systems. And one of the things that we've been doing and prioritizing the 39 schools with limited or no outside air capability, we did what we call HVAC air system optimization. And basically what that was doing is cleaning the air components of those systems and bringing it back to its original design or optimal use.
Thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
wearing masks. Ms. Marshall?
I know that every board meeting we have in our consent agenda, if the members of the public can, if they want to access the agenda, they can do so, but almost every one, we have several items that we approve because of the cost of the repair, but HVAC chiller repairs and or ventilators or all sorts of things that are quite expensive and oftentimes have to be done in the summer or over Christmas when students aren't in the building, because it is just has such an extensive impact on the building, and folks wouldn't be able to be comfortable in that building at the time. So this work is ongoing since I've been on the board. Every month I see items like this. So it's not that people haven't been paying attention to air quality. We have been, and we always do. This is an over and above and a different situation. And I'm thankful that you mentioned dust, allergens, because these are things we deal with regardless of COVID, and I think this will be healthier air going forward. Will this installation be able to happen while students are in the buildings right now, or do we need to wait for that
to happen?
So
when we bid this particular item, one of the things that we did was to take into consideration that we would like to have it when they're not in the building. And so we bid it in such a way that they would do it after the students leave and or on weekends.
Okay.
But we'd like to start as soon as we get the contract signed and in place so that people can begin to feel more comfortable. But we still want people to understand that even though we will add this technology, it still needs to work in conjunction with the mask and all of the other, washing your hands and all of the other things, the safety protocols that CDC and North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services have recommended throughout this year.
Sure, okay. But I'm glad that we could start this immediately. We don't have to wait until a summer break to implement this technology. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Byers-Bailey?
Thank you. Prior to the decision to get these needlepoint bipolar ionization devices, the 39 facilities where they will be installed had been advised to do things like leave the door open, leave the window open, that kind of thing. Now that once they get these installed, will they no longer be recommended to leave doors and windows open?
So, one of the things that we said in that memo is if they felt comfortable doing that, it is our hope that this will replace some of that. But still, one of the things with COVID is that you're introducing new or fresh air into the building. So you're trying to dilute any airborne transmission that may be happening as a result of people talking or sneezing or laughing or singing. And so I would say that, whatever people continue to feel comfortable with, once we install the systems, if they still want to get a little bit of fresh air, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
That's fine. It certainly will not hurt anything.
Ms. Shipp?
That just made me think about safety issue, and I think we always have to consider safety, so I hope we are really talking about this, having the doors or the windows open, because safety is the key. And things are happening even now in schools, and with so many more kids coming back into the building, I think we really need to think about what that looks like, to have doors open, windows open, and those kinds of things. And then securing the building during the day and ensuring that all those windows and doors are locked at the end of the day to secure that building at the end of the day. And those are things that you just really have to be aware of when you're saying teachers throughout the building can just open a window, open the door. In these schools that have large classrooms,
Yes.
large capacities.
I agree with you, and we have actually had some principals that we have worked with directly who did not feel comfortable doing that. So our staff would go out and meet with the principal and talk about other alternatives. You're welcome.
That is a good point, Ms. Shipp, and I've really, I would almost say agonized over that, the fact that the advice for COVID safety is the opposite of the advice for security from people coming into the school who shouldn't be coming into the school. And before COVID, we did a lot of training on what to do in case of that horrible situation. And it has to do with keeping windows and doors locked. So it's a conundrum of the world that we live in today. Any other questions? And I just want to point out my own sort of just a technicality, but a lot of times we say 39 schools, and I like to say 39 facilities because not every facility on the list is a school. For example, spa, which is where we have a lot of staff, but it's not a school. And also, there's a common perception that if a school is on the list, that it's the entire school, whereas I believe, and you please, if you could confirm this, in some of the facilities, it's specific classrooms within the facility that need this bipolar ionization.
That is correct.
Okay. So
In
not
some
necessarily
cases,
every single classroom in the school.
that is correct. In some cases, it was the entire school, and then in some cases, it was specific areas in the school. And we identified those areas. And so this contract is to address initially those areas in the schools, specific areas that had the issue.
Okay, thank you. So with that, Ms. Sawyer, if you would please make the motion.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move to approve the contract for chiller services in the amount of $870,910. The contract is for CMS's Needlepoint Bipolar Ionization Project and will provide air cleaning services for the classrooms located in the 39 Charlotte-Mecklenburg school buildings that have rooms with no outside air available to them.
Okay. Do we have a second? Okay, so we've got a motion from Ms. Sawyer, a second from Ms. De La Hara. Ms. Sawyer, would you like to speak on your motion?
Yeah, I think I'm very glad this work is proceeding, and I think that our emphasis on air quality in our schools is going to be a lasting benefit from the crisis that is a global pandemic. But because of an infusion of funds to upgrade our systems, that this is a benefit that will serve our students and staff for years to come. So I'm grateful for this work.
All right. Any further discussion? Yeah, I think you make a great point, Ms. Sawyer, and I know we will speak at more length at our budget workshop about differentiating between our regular ongoing expenses and the federal infusion of funds that are coming to help schools recover from COVID. But it is very true that with that federal infusion of funds, you know, while it's specifically about bouncing back from COVID, if we're really strategic with how we spend those dollars, we could help students in a whole lot of ways above and beyond recovering from COVID. So with that, seeing no discussion, I will call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion, let it be known by a show of hands. Any opposed? And this vote also, Madam Clerk, passes by 8-0. Okay, now we're going to move on to the reports and information items for the evening. First is the report on budget amendments for February 2021, and I turn to the superintendent for this report.
As presented, Madam Chair.
All right, how about the report on financial statements for February of 2021?
As presented.
And next, we have the report on capital project ordinances for February 2021.
As presented.
Okay, and then after this, we have the learning and teaching early literacy report. I will turn to you for this report.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. One of, as you all know, as our team enters the room, one of the major investments that we have made as a district in recent years is the standard aligned curriculum for early literacy. And we believe strongly that this is the right investment to improve equitable outcomes in reading for all of our students. And so tonight, you will get a look at that curriculum and its adoption throughout the district. And as a part of this interactive presentation, you will hear from others, including principals, teachers, and other leaders throughout the district. And with that, I am going to toss it over to Ms. Beth Thompson, who joins us with other members of the team for this early literacy presentation. The floor is yours, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Winston and board. It's an honor to be with you this evening and to get to talk about early literacy within CMS. I want to give huge gratitude to folks behind the scenes who have been a part of preparing this report for this evening. I would be remiss to not honor Dr. Pa Tao, who's our Elementary Director of Education, Trish Sexton, who moves the world in our elementary schools, our they know it's true, our Associate Superintendent for Equity in our elementary schools, and our elementary literacy specialists who work tirelessly to both put together all of guidance for schools and supportive schools as well. I'm joined this evening by absolute rock stars. You're in the presence of fame right here, right now. Crystal Graham, give a wave, first grade teacher at Westerly Hills Academy. Shayna Ray, proud, and I emphasize proud, principal at Windsor Park Elementary School. And Lisa Debo, first grade teacher at McAlpine Elementary School. They're going to be here to talk a little bit. We're going to see some video of them as well, and then also be able to answer questions as the evening goes on. So here's what we're going to talk a little bit about in terms of what we teach in early literacy. When he says, uh-oh, that's not a good sign.
What's going on? Better than it did. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is...
Can I use the arrow?
You can't use the arrow. Oh. There we go.
Thank you. So what we'll talk a little bit about this evening is historical practice. So what have we been using to teach early literacy in CMS previously? Why we made a change in the way we teach early literacy in CMS, what our current state is in terms of our early literacy instruction, and when we refer to that, we're referring to kindergarten, first, second, and third grade, how we're assessing the impact of our early literacy curriculum, and then what next steps will look like, both short-term and long-term, in implementation of early literacy and in the context of returning to in-person learning. So we're going to start with historical practice. What have we been doing in terms of early literacy instruction previously, prior to the use of our current curriculum, which is EL education? So if you were to go back approximately 5 years and enter into Ms. Debo or Ms. Graham's classroom, a first grade classroom, you would see a teacher engaged in whole group instruction, as you see with students who are right here on the carpet, and that teacher would be using text that is an on grade level text for a first grade classroom. Ms. Shipp, you probably remember this. So teachers holding what we would call a level J text, which is a first grade level, and working with students on grade level skills. Following that time in whole group, students would then return to their seats or reading spots throughout the classroom, perhaps also work with partners, and when doing so, students would then be practicing on what's called an independent reading level. And in doing so, that reading level might be on grade level. It might be above grade level, and it also might be below grade level. So whole group with a teacher, a student is working on grade level, but once a student moves independently, that student may not be working on grade level anymore. Additionally, in the course of instruction, perhaps with a teacher, many of the instructional practices in which a teacher would be engaging a student would not necessarily be attending to specific letters and sounds, but instead relying on things like pictures to read words. In other words, there was not a guarantee in all classes across Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools that students would be getting explicit instruction on letters and sounds and how to form those and retain those. You'd also have then times when a teacher would be working alongside a student, and in the course of that work, again, a teacher, when the child is with a teacher, they're going to be working on grade level, but when a child is working independently, it would be off grade level, on their independent level. What resulted was, in the course of leveling of books A, B, C, D, the goal was students to be moving up in level in accordance with grade level, with what should be on grade level. These skills are fixed, they're finite, and they can be taught. But what we found was that students who started on grade level largely stayed on or above grade level. Students who started behind, however, remained behind. So the practices of students not necessarily spending time independently, working on grade level, were resulting in students not reaching grade level. And it's not anecdotal data that tells us that this was just true. We conducted a CMS cohort analysis. Within that analysis, we noted that number one, students who began in kindergarten with reading gaps had those gaps nearly double by the end of first grade. I need to say that again. Students who began kindergarten with gaps in literacy skills, those gaps nearly doubled by the end of first grade. Those were our students, and it was happening here in CMS. There was no doubt that business as usual was not working, and that we had to do better to support our students. So it bears no surprise that change had to happen. Right, Shayna? In addition to what we saw data telling us within CMS based on our practice, and as a result of that, We then did a root cause analysis. Why is this happening? One component of our analysis was to look at the current resources we were using in terms of AKA the curriculum that we were using, and to look at whether the components of that curriculum were aligned to grade level standards. I have a 16-year-old at home. He's learning to drive. We had a nervous moment the other day when we got onto an interstate. Here's the reality. If he never gets onto an interstate, though, he will never be able to drive. He will never be successful in doing that on his own. If we are not giving students access to grade level curriculum, we cannot expect them to ultimately be able to be successful in grade level standards. What we found, noted by the red dots, is that the curriculum we were using, the books we were putting in children's hands when they were working independently that were below grade level, were not standards aligned. And this was not just us in CMS determining this. This was from Ed Reports. If you Google it, go online to find resources that are there. It said that to us. We also looked at research that came out from TNTP right along the same time. And that same research has been shared with us multiple times, I think in board meetings like this. I've experienced them when I was a principal in principal meetings as well. That said that there are 4 key resources that influence a student's school experience and the outcomes they will experience. Not some children, but for all children. And those 4 things include grade-appropriate assignments, strong instruction, and note that by strong instruction, that's talking about what students are doing, not necessarily all the things that teachers are doing. So are the conditions set up for students to do the heavy intellectual lifting? That students are deeply engaged, and I particularly love this one, in lessons that they find interesting and enjoyable. And lastly, that teachers have high expectations. And while that sounds like something that's so common sense, of course we would have high expectations, it's having high expectations and believing and knowing that students can and will be successful with rigorous standards. In other words, believing that despite whatever circumstances students experience, it can and will happen for them. If that's not enough, there was also emerging research on what's called the science of reading. And you've probably seen this in the news, this term, science of reading, in the news just recently, specifically in Senate Bill 387, that has just been approved and signed by our governor at the state level, that redefines, so to speak, the Read to Achieve legislation, known as the Excellence in Education. And what that science of reading component says is that our human brain is not naturally wired to read. And remember the slide before that said it's fixed, it's finite, and it can be taught. We have to teach it. And showing children texts, having them look at pictures and guess at words will not do that. Secondly, that reading requires a complex set of mental processes that involves the relationship between decoding the skills in making sense of those sounds and letters, understanding language that then results in reading comprehension. That again, those foundational skills have to be taught explicitly and systematically. We're going to get t-shirts made, 26 letters, 44 phonemes, and 9 decodability levels. Again, it's fixed, it's finite, and it can be taught. We have to teach it, right? And lastly but not least, and this is the one that I think will be fun, we get lots of comments and questions about this from teachers. We talked about this actually yesterday as we were preparing. That foundational skills, in other words, the pulling letters and sounds and words off of a page, can't be the only thing we do when we educate students in early literacy. They also need to be exposed to building background knowledge and vocabulary to be skilled readers. So within the course of this evening, you're going to hear a lot about birds. And it's because that's the module that our first graders have been on. And sometimes online, I'll see teachers saying, "Why birds? I used to like them, right? I'm so sick of birds." But it's not by chance that the curriculum is designed for students to take a deep dive into an area of learning to acquire vocabulary and have the skill in learning how to learn and build background knowledge. Because not all students come to the table with the same background knowledge. And we can't assume that just giving kids passages and lots of different texts are going to support their ability to build knowledge about a single topic and the vocabulary that goes along with it. I would be remiss if I didn't also add that a huge component of what we also saw, heard, and wanted to address was whether we could ensure that a student in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools was engaging in curricular resources that were culturally responsive. Specifically, what students were learning. Did it validate their experiences and values? Were we disrupting power dynamics in privileged dominant groups? And were we empowering students? You're going to hear from a rock star here. Principal Ray is going to talk from a principal perspective about why this change needed to happen.
Hello, my name is Principal Ray, and I'm the proud principal of Windsor Park Elementary School, where every day is a great day to be a Wildcat. I am grateful for the commitment and change that the district has made to adopt the EL education curriculum. Prior to this change, we as a district did not have a uniformed way to teach structured phonics or content-based literacy, leaving teachers in the middle to piecemeal resources together that they find off of the internet or from Teachers Pay Teachers or from other various resources, which teachers do what teachers do best. They fill in the gap where they see a need. However, many of those resources were not vetted, nor were they research-based, which left our learners with reading gaps that continue to widen. At Windsor Park, through the EL curriculum, and through strong, effective professional development for our teachers, we're able to identify these gaps through microphase levels. Teachers are now more strategic and intentional about how to best engage their learners through compelling real-life content, which has transformed what teaching and learning looks like at Windsor Park Elementary School. And I'm sure not only at our school, but principals across the district are seeing these changes as well. Thanks to the EL curriculum, we now have a sound curriculum that will foster equity, embed social-emotional learning, and have learners take ownership of their own learning. So with the EL curriculum, we will be able to close those achievement gaps and the belief gaps, because our children can succeed as long as they have a sound curriculum in front of them and a highly effective teacher. Thank you.
Thank you. So prior to moving into what our current state is and what we're doing to assess where we are in that current state, and then also next steps. I want to take a pause to see what reflections or clarifying questions you may have of either me or our teachers and principals who are here regarding what has been happening historically in terms of early literacy and why this change has taken place.
All right, thank you. Any questions thus far? Dr. Jones?
Yes, I'm delighted to.
Oh, Mike, there you go.
I'm
It's
sorry.
on. Wait, it turned
turned
itself
to
on. That's so weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm delighted to hear this presentation. I hear you saying that you're trying to gear reading around students' life experiences and that kind of thing, but also you want reading literacy that's some uniformity across the district. How do you make that happen, say, in a school that's in very diverse areas of our county?
Yeah. So part of the beauty of having a curriculum, right now we have an English language arts curriculum that's adopted and being used at all of our schools that serve kindergarten through 8th grade. We're in the process of adopting for high schools, so starting with English 1 in the 21-22 school year. But the part of the beauty of having a curriculum that's being used across multiple grades is that we can think about that in terms of not just a student's experience in one grade level, but what their experience is across grade levels. So for example, students might participate in a module. One of our 8th grade modules is on the Harlem Renaissance. Another module may be on the Holocaust. So we are addressing different students and noting that you're not going to see those modules with our kindergartners, right? So our kindergarten and first grade modules are going to be more around understanding and celebrating diversity. But as we start to get with our 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, as it's age appropriate, we go much deeper into building knowledge, not just about birds, right? But about social issues that are in our community and that address the learners who are in our classrooms.
Thank you. You answered exactly what I was hoping to hear right there. Thank you. Sounds great.
Absolutely.
Ms. Fowler.
This is Brianna Fowler speaking. And for those who are under the reading level or under their literacy level, like you said, if we just continue to give them books or give them the curriculum that is underdeveloped, what are we going to do to have them above or on their reading level?
I'm going to speak, actually, I'm going to see if Ms. Graham would be willing to come on over. Would you be willing to talk from a first grade teacher's perspective when you have students who are still striving to be on grade level, what that looks like in terms of their ability to learn to read?
Sure. So one of the things that's so wonderful about our curriculum, is that it's in phases, and those are micro phases. And so before we had J-level books, H-level books, and you can have a group of kids, and that was where they were. But now we have phases, and it's fluid. Kids can move into this phase and get skills, and through explicit teaching, get the skills that they need to advance. And so that's what's really wonderful about this. And what is so important is because in kindergarten and in first grade, when we're filling in these skills and these gaps, a little bit of extra time with them will only be like 20 minutes or so. But if we were still in the model that we were in, when they get to 3rd grade and they have those significant gaps that we were just talking about, that intervention time increases significantly, where it could be used for something else that was on grade level. So doing it in kindergarten and doing it in first and filling in and meeting kids where they are and just filling in those skills through the L curriculum really helps with that.
So does that mean there will be more group time or more individual time?
And so in skills block, we have small groups. So firstly, there's a there's a large whole group. It's about 15 minutes, and it's teaching directly to whatever skill that all of the scholars need as a whole group at their grade level. And then we move into individual small groups, so it can be 4 or 5 kids that need, just for example, are controlled vowels. And so they will get that extra time, that differentiated time within that skill so that they can continue to move along in their microphase. What's really wonderful is that we have kind of like outlines of this is where kindergartners should be and this is where first graders should be. But I have a son who is in first grade and he is in a whole different microphase than what would be expected. And that's what's so wonderful about it. You're not pegged as this kind of student. This is your level. You can move along the continuum.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Shipp.
I'm glad to hear that we are looking at on grade level, because you know, as you said, the history had been, we were trying to teach all grade level, but expecting them to be on grade level, especially when we got to assessments. So I'm glad that we're really looking at this on grade level teaching and then moving them and making sure we're advancing them. I think one of the areas I'm most concerned about always is teacher development and training, because for students to be successful, teachers have to be strong teachers with instructional practices that really nail this program and how they teach children. So what are we doing in terms of that? I know we have the new curriculum, so it's been very important that professional development is strong and that all the teachers at every school is able to really teach this instruction. And how is that going?
Agree. And I think you provided a really great segue into our current state and then what next steps will look like. So if it's okay, I'm gonna move into that, and I think we'll be able to talk through that in that section.
Thank you.
So we did make a change, right? And that change was reflected in our strategic plan, specifically around the very first action, which is to ensure a guaranteed viable curriculum for all of our students. So there's several components. So the way that we established EL education was to be able to go through an adoption process. There are many phases of that adoption process to make sure that it will ultimately we'll be able to use it well within our district. But the first of which would be to make sure that it is, through Ed Reports, a standards-aligned curriculum. And the second of which is to make sure that it is going to be a curriculum that's reflective of culture, of bias, and of social emotional learning. So as we talk a lot about students' social emotional well-being, that's a component of what shows up when students are doing deep study around modules. EL education specifically really originated in 1995 as a curriculum that was created by teachers for teachers. And I'm not sure, I think in the flurry of implementing 2 years ago for the first time, sometimes I have to come back to that like this was actually created by teachers for teachers in an effort to be able to provide standards-aligned resources to schools and school districts as Common Core standards were being adopted nationally. There are 3 components to early literacy instruction. So if you are a first grader within Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, you're going to experience what's called modules. You're going to experience what's called skills block. And when we're not in a pandemic and students can be working collaboratively in classrooms, but starting now, students will also experience what's called a labs block. And we thought no better way to be able to find out what that feels like than to hear it from teachers and students. So I'm going to ask for yes. So this is Ms. Boyce, first grade teacher at Mallard Creek Elementary.
I absolutely love learning about birds. We've been learning about birds since about the end of April now. And it starts slow. So I like how it starts with just the basics of what birds need in order to survive, and then it builds on top of that. So we started with learning about those basic needs, and then we're taking it step by step. So we started with feathers and went into a deep dive. Now we're learning about beaks and doing a deep dive. And the kids absolutely love it. They can tell me about all the beaks, all the feathers that we've learned about. It's just a great experience to have them learning without even really knowing that they're learning. So They made it really easy for us to teach and for the kids to learn. The EL program is really good at embedding writing into their lessons. It starts off simple and small with 1 or 2 sentences for them to write, talking about different types of grammar that they need, capital sentences, periods, and then it just builds on that, learning about verbs, right? So what do birds do? They hop, they peck. But in previous lessons, we've learned about adjectives and nouns. So whatever we're learning about, whether it's tools and work or birds, they embed everything into the lessons. So like in my lessons today, I did Simon Says. It's something really easy that we can use outside of birds, but also still connect it together. And then we also have our skills lessons that have the grammar as well, with the periods and capital sentences when they do their editing. I define success as, are my kids learning and are they having fun? And with birds, I think I have one scholar in particular who just fell in love. When we allow them to be able to explore, it's something that they can actually go out and look and see. So just being able to watch that scholar grow more in this last third and start of fourth quarter, just because their interest, that would definitely be my best success story. Today with learning about our guiding questions. How do birds use their beaks in order to survive, okay?
I'm learning on
So the next thing we're going to do,
the beaks, and
you
have to make a beak, and we have to answer this question. My favorite part of learning about birds is getting collecting information about drawing their beak. What I like about reading and writing this year is punctuation. I'm working on drawing a beak and spelling. It helps them eat and drink.
So it's within our module blocks, one component of the early literacy curriculum that students are building that knowledge centered around one topic, that teachers are teaching writing using that read, think, talk, and write framework, that writing is incorporated into lessons, and specifically that students are able to build and use vocabulary in that writing, and that grammar is embedded into those module lessons to support their continued development. So that's one component of what a first grade student would experience. A second component of what a first grade student would experience, or a kindergarten or a second grade student, would be what we call skills block. And this is where we're addressing those skills that are fixed and finite that we referred to earlier in those presentations. It's also a place where there's a whole group portion and then also a small group portion that's differentiated to be able to meet student needs. And we're so incredibly grateful that this is a space in that small group time that many of our community partners, such as our Helps Fluency Tutoring and the Augustine Literacy Project, push in with tutor support to be able to help students whatever they're working on, but specifically helps with fluency. And Augustine Project specifically helps with phonemic awareness and phonics. So we have Miss Bai, first grade teacher at Windsor Park, who's going to talk a little bit about how that shows up for her students.
I think it's been helpful to see that there is a systematic way to follow the progression because before the L curriculum we didn't have anything, and so I had previously used Recipe for Reading, but as a grade level it's really great to see students working on the same skills and all following this progression so we can be better aligned. And then in terms of the microphases translating to modules, we're able to incorporate a lot of the writing because there's a ton of writing in the modules, so we're able to incorporate those skills while still being mindful of like the vowel patterns, the spelling patterns that we're working on. Do small group skills in the afternoon, and so I have students doing rotations, and so they're doing independent reading, word work, fluency, and they're also doing a teacher station with myself. For fluency, we use the decodables, and so students are reading their decodables daily, and they have an activity that goes along with their decodable. And then I have a writing center in my classroom, and the writing center always relates back to the module. So it's a prompt about whatever we're learning. It's been incredible. So I have the recipe for reading book, and so in previous years, I was using the progression and learning from the book without the actual training, and so now I'm able to really dive in. And then I follow the microphrase progression from the EL curriculum, and I see where there's spots that I can integrate OG, but still following along with the segmenting and blending from the EL curriculum. And students typically in first grade are learning, they have a lot of levels to grow in writing and learning those skills, and so they've been able to I'm really proud of, especially this year with COVID, they've still been able to grow in their microphrase.
So you want to just go to the next one?
My favorite part of Skills Block is reading. I'm working on fluency. It has helped me to read by looking at the words and also practicing them out to read. Sam woke up and felt weak. He also had a pain in his throat. I have grown as a reader this year because also I can sound out the words and it helps me read. Reading is my favorite thing to do because we also learn about birds.
Reading is actually one of my favorite things to do. Check off if you self-corrected, or you score improved, or you write with expression, because you're supposed to read it and make sure that you're getting it all right, because if you skip some that you forgot how to say them, you won't remember how to say them. Sam has a rock and the rock is in luck, and he lost it. But he got so much luck, so in the end he thinks and makes up. He forgot he hid it in his sock.
I was working on my fluency. Fluency was a passage I needed to read. Like, I can correct myself, and then if other sentences have the same one from the passage, then I already know them. Sam woke up and felt weak. He also had a pain in his throat.
So again, it's during this time of Skills Block that there's both whole group and small group differentiated instruction, that you see students who are learning to really pull those words off of a page, learning things like spelling patterns, that it follows a structured scope and sequence, and that professional development is supporting teachers' ability to do this. A part of the EL curriculum, strategies that are embedded are multisensory strategies, such as those that are used in Orton-Gillingham, and that we use in terms of our subsequent intensive interventions to be able to support students. Last but certainly not least, literacy is exhausting, right? For our kindergarten, first and second grade students. I promise the end is the component of Labs Block. And spotlighting Labs Block, our Ray Farms Falcons have implemented labs even in this year through part of their makerspace work in their early grades. So Ms. Erb's going to share with us about how they've implemented in the labs portion.
So a typical day here in Labs Block is we'll start out with our song, our lab song, and then we will do a read aloud about the topic of focus, or we might watch a short video to get the kids engaged and excited about what we're doing. And then we'll begin with one of the labs, so either create, imagine, explore, or engineer. For the bird unit, right now we're working on the create lab, so students today worked on collaging a bird puppet. And they're going to be using that puppet to do a puppet show about the bird. They've been researching birds, which is a lab, and they're also doing the Imagine Lab, which is writing a story around that bird. And then we're also going to be doing the Engineer Lab, creating a nest, which they'll use in their puppet show as well. So all of those different components are going to kind of come together in this puppet show that's a cumulative project at the end that combines all the labs. So probably my favorite unit so far this year has been the second grade dinosaurs unit. And in that unit, the students, they just absolutely loved getting to learn about the dinosaurs, researching, and then there was a part where they got to sculpt their dinosaur that they were researching. And then they also got to do an excavation of a dinosaur fossil, it was like a fossil egg, and that was just really exciting labs for them. And then currently in second grade, students are studying pollination, and we're developing a pollination fable, and they're making marionette puppets based on the characters in their pollination fable, so birds, bats, bees, that sort of thing. And they're very engaged and excited to teach others, which is really fun.
In the spirit of time, we're going to look, we're going to not do the students for that part. I will say, though, that as someone who works really closely with the people who place all of the lab orders, the dino eggs are the hottest commodity for labs of all time. The kids love excavating and finding those dino eggs. We will not be able to ever go back on those. So it is during our labs block where kids take what they've built knowledge around, what they're able to build those skills in decoding and encoding words, and then applying them in what feels like a very project-based learning environment that is associated as a part of their literacy experience. So that's the curriculum itself. That's what students experience. When it comes to teaching the curriculum, and specifically teachers being able to do that, we know that several things are really important. Number one, that a fundamental component of a teacher's ability, anyone's ability to be able to do the work that we do in education, but specifically ensuring that all students are seen, heard, and valued in our curriculum. It is doing the mirror work of acknowledging the role that race, bias, power, and equity play for ourselves in the work and how we show up, and how that shows up for students within our classroom, and those conditions are created within our classroom as well. That teachers need knowledge of standards, knowledge of content, and probably most importantly, knowledge of the children that they get to work with each and every day. And that everything we do, no curriculum in and of itself alone is going to fix that. The work that we do to make sure that our staff members are able to do this, including folks in supportive schools, that is critical, that we're able to provide that adult learning that does that. And the adult learning isn't one or the other, but it lives at the intersection of all of those components. We continue to assess the impact of the work that we're doing. That includes looking at student work to see what they have mastered, inclusive of assessments like multiple choice assessments as well. We also have been conducting surveys with students, and what they tell us about their experiences are absolutely fascinating and very telling. Even our youngest can tell us very well what they appreciate, what they don't appreciate, when they feel valued and when they don't feel valued, and how they experience the curriculum. We receive teacher feedback as well from areas such as our what we call STAC, our Principal Leadership Advisory Team, research studies, and feedback from Teacher PD. And two of our stars who are here today, our first grade teachers, tell us a lot about what they see going on in classrooms with the use of EL education, and specifically how they see that impacting students. So our next steps, what we hear from teachers and stakeholders, are that we want to make sure that as we move into 21-22, that we're supporting our school level teams to plan, implement, and monitor instruction, specifically as we're moving back into full in-person instruction. That we provide access to professional development, and Ms. Shipp, I think this speaks to what you were asking earlier, not just when a workday comes, but in an on-demand format that schools can access when they're ready. And we now have resources to be able to put that together so that we can have modules that will enable folks to be able to access that professional development. And across each of those other bubbles, I think it would be also that staff members are asking that the professional development they receive include modeling of best practice, not just talking about best practice, so that we move from just saying, well, you just make your groups and then do this, to actually having opportunities for teachers to see that happen, whether that's in other teachers' classrooms, and we now have virtual abilities in each of our buildings to be able to do that, or to be able to use things such as videos or classroom walkthroughs. One other thing I want to note in that last one is that we don't assume that transitioning from a remote or a hybrid environment will come naturally to everyone. In other words, we need to be intentional, especially for our grade levels that implemented for the first time this year in a remote and hybrid environment, that we're explicit about what our curriculum usage looks like as we move back to a full in-person environment, and that we don't throw away the lessons that we've learned this year around tools that are available in curriculum implementation, but that we instead leverage them as we continue to move forward. So in summary, early literacy, we have had historical practice that has not resulted in the learning that we wanted for all children. We made a change, and that was to adopt a standards-aligned curriculum that was both standards-aligned and diverse in representation, that we currently are using that curriculum, and while by no means perfect, we continue to make strides to iterate, to improve in that space, that we're consistently assessing the impact, what do we see students knowing and able to do, and that we will continue with next steps in implementation as we finish fourth quarter and during the summer and as we move into the upcoming school year. And with that, if there are any other questions or discussions regarding any component, it would be an honor to be able to address.
Okay, I see Ms. Sawyer, and then Ms. Marshall, and then Dr. Jones.
So you talk about getting feedback from students and teachers. How are their notes taken, and has it resulted in changes in the curriculum?
Yes. So there are lots of levels of feedback. There are several examples that I would cite. We've had a couple instances in which folks have lifted, whether it be teachers or principals or instructional leaders within schools, who have lifted concerns maybe with specific texts to say, I'm not so sure actually about the language that's used, not necessarily like profanity, but language that's used around discussions of people, right? In which case we will research that. We'll work along with EL education, and they will also assess the situation, and in cases where that's able to be done, then changes will be made. Teachers will be notified through our direct-to-teacher communication, and changes will be made in Canvas to what we call resync materials so that we can do that. So it's one example of spaces in which changes are made with the curriculum. In other spaces, we will also look at feedback and say, what are the problems or concerns that are being lifted, and what does that tell us about what people need to know more about? So for example, one question that commonly comes up, why birds? Why birds? Why birds for so long, right? And so what that tells us is that we need to continue to do work around understanding the role that building knowledge around a particular module topic is. So that would inform that informed this presentation tonight, and also upcoming professional development that we would offer to folks. At the end of each of our professional development, there's a survey as well. We comb through that survey to help inform us around what teachers are saying is effective about that professional development, their experience with the curriculum, and then what next steps need to look like.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'm especially interested in student feedback that might impact how the curriculum, what the curriculum is or how it's delivered. And
yes,
especially as you get into the older grades, I've heard some grumpiness about the amount of time spent on a single text, that kind of thing.
Yes. there will be continued opportunities for students to be able to give that feedback. I will say one of the things we've learned from that feedback specifically is that even when there's an anchor text that's associated with a module, but there are lots of opportunities for supplemental texts that particularly the use of digital ebooks can support students being able to access. A continued next step for us is supporting schools in knowing what supplemental texts are available, using those, and quite honestly, being able to provision as many texts as possible, which even in an ebook, even though ebooks are a little less expensive than hard copies of books, it still costs money. And so our priority has been around making sure we have anchor text, we have student workbooks, all dino eggs, right? Like all of the components of our curriculum. But a continued desire and wish is that we can continue to provide supplemental text. For our secondary students, one huge component of that is that they are able to get text with additional perspectives that perhaps counter or provide additional context to what they're seeing show up in their anchor texts that are often very deep, around very deep content.
One of the things we learned from the New Teacher Project and our internal work was that, teachers weren't teaching what we thought they were teaching. How are we monitoring this implementation to know whether the curriculum is being implemented with fidelity?
We were well on the way last year to conducting school walkthroughs in which we were doing what we called evidence of core actions. In other words, what should we see that lines up to the information and research we have about best practice? How are we seeing that show up in classrooms or not show up in classrooms? That has been trickier to do in a virtual hybrid environment. Not impossible. We have continued the march of doing that. Really grateful for our partners in our equity department who have been really the leaders of that work. But it is hot on our list of to-dos moving forward to be able to continue that practice, to be able to measure the effectiveness.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Margaret Marshall. I've got two questions. We've got lots of questions, but I'm gonna bucket into two areas, and then I know my colleagues will probably hit some of these. Orton Gillingham. So sounds like that we've had a lot of folks training in this. Could you give me some indication as to how this rolls out to our teaching staff in K-3?
Yes, absolutely. Let me give you the context behind it first. So within EL education, when a teacher looks at a skills block lesson, you guys help me if this is wrong, there are options. What's not negotiable is what's going to get taught to students that day. Remember, it's fixed, it's finite, we need to continue to teach it. What there are options around, though, is the way in which you might teach that particular thing. There are options that are what we call multisensory, and that's what Orton Gillingham provides. We use Orton Gillingham resources as our intensive intervention. So EL is our core. Specific lessons in EL that are scripted and more targeted are our supplemental intervention. And then Orton Gillingham, the multisensory strategies, that is our intensive intervention that we use. So throughout this year, the deep investment has been to ensure that we have teachers at every school, teachers or instructional leaders at every single elementary and middle school who know Orton Gillingham and can provide those intensive interventions. It has been wildly popular in terms of being a super effective intervention. And what we're thrilled about is that while right now we're using it to support as an intensive intervention, every single staff member who receives that adult learning gets better at core because that multisensory approach now becomes something that they start with at core, hoping that we don't need students down the road, so many students to be receiving intervention. And I see heads nodding over here, so I hope that that's the case. So we have somebody, at least two people at every school. Some schools have more, and we're continuing to provide that.
So as somebody who's had interest in students who've struggled with dyslexia, this is wonderful news. I think this is great. And can you give me an example of just one of those lessons, just real quick?
Yeah, I'm going to see, Ms. Deba, would you come? I feel like we've got her here, so we may as well. Would you be able to model maybe a strategy or a multisensory strategy or something you would use to teach a skill?
For Skills Block or Orton Gillingham specifically?
Probably an OG specific.
Yeah.
Yes, I was trained this year, so I'm a first grade teacher, but I'm also the interventionist on our grade level. So for Orton Gillingham specifically, when we're teaching a new sound, we are brainstorming words, we are tracing the letter in the sand, we're saying the letter, saying the sound. It's repetitive, it's multisensory. And as we are writing the words, we're constantly tapping the sounds, writing the letters that make the sounds, checking. So there's so many components to it that help students solidify the letters and the sounds. Each day we review in a card deck, we're reviewing the letter name, the letter sound. We're writing in the sand, practicing the letters and sounds. So I think that's where I've seen my students in my intervention group grow, because it's so targeted, and it's constant.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. That makes me want to go like 26-44-9, right?
That's right. That's right.
I
will say it has really changed my whole group instruction. But as you had mentioned, it has changed my whole group instruction. Because once I received that intervention, I went and I found sand for all of my students in my class and put it in crayon boxes. And so as we're learning our new skills in our skills block, just taking the strategies that I learned from the Orton Gillingham training and implementing it for all of my students. Because that's something we were taught in the training, is that Orton Gillingham is for everybody.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I'm really pleased to hear all that.
Thank you.
And to a larger question, so when we've done these incredibly wonderful specific skills that we're working on so hard in first grade or kindergarten, I know we've had students that have been in and out of their instruction this year, whether their parents have kept them at home and may enroll them next year, or whether there have been students that have had a little bit of a furlough time, so to speak, in showing up for class. How are we going to approach this for those early grades next year?
Yeah. Lisa, can I call? So when we were entering today, she said, I've had 3 students enroll just in the last week, I think it was, correct? Yeah. Would you mind sharing when a student is enrolling and maybe hasn't been in school for a while or has been in a remote environment and coming in person, how would you address that with supportive students?
Absolutely. I know we're in a unique situation with everybody coming back now. So I have 3 new students entering my classroom this week. One is transitioning from the virtual class at my school. One was virtual and in my class during our hybrid time, and a third moving from out of state. And something I do appreciate about the skills block assessments that we use, we assess their reading and their spelling so we can really target what they know and where they're ready to go next. So I think just, assessing where are they and where can we take them in these final 7 weeks of school.
Okay. And that's going to be ongoing as students begin. So we'll need to know there'll be a lot of assessment done, I would assume, at the beginning of the next year.
Yes. And two, with Crystal had mentioned before with the skills block, it is a continuum, so it spans from K to 2nd grade. So the students fall into these microphases of instruction. So we have students working in different areas where we get the information from the assessments and really pinpoint where are they, what can they work on next.
Okay.
So I think through the assessments, we can really help pinpoint where we need to go.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Jones.
Yes, Ms. Sawyer asked the question about fidelity, but another comment I'd like to make, I'm a secondary teacher, but some years ago, I became a state evaluator, and I visited elementary schools. Environment is a teacher. And I think at the K2 level, more than anywhere, I saw visual overload. And I realized then that I had a learning disability myself. It's too much stuff, visual overload. So I understand that you have centers and all of that, but sometimes even in some visitations to schools pre-COVID, elementary schools, I walked into classrooms and so much stuff just sort of moved in on me. And having worked with exceptional children's programs and students with learning disabilities and other type learning concerns, that's a real area that I want to bring to your attention to be aware of as you're visiting classrooms and doing the teaching evaluations and looking at the environment, because the environment is a teacher. And thank you. I had a smile under this mask. Arto Dillingham approach has been around, was old as new, and someone asked the question. It's pretty universal too. So we are on the same page in terms of where students might move to. It's not something that's uniquely Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, but it's more universal than that. I really appreciate what you all are doing, and I think it will make a difference. The only thing that I ask is, like I said, what's old is new, so let's stick with it.
Amen, right?
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Hey, doctor, you're our one doctor. So Ms. De La Hara.
I'll take it. Thank you. This is Jennifer De La Hara speaking. So going back, it seems like OG is the big topic for tonight, but it occurs to me, someone mentioned that it's really great for many students, and I'm wondering if you know off the top of your head if there's any research that shows that it's also effective for our English language learners. I'm only imagining that some of the kinesthetic approaches and the different, methods that are using would be particularly helpful.
Yeah, I see heads nodding like crazy over here.
That's fine. I don't need a report out on it. It was more sort of a commentary because as you're describing it, I've heard wonderful things about it. So that is good to hear. On that same slide with it, there was also mentioned, is it Knee House and Great Leaps? Are those similar in that they're teaching like methodologies, or are they programs? Like, what is it?
Yes.
What are those?
So there is a continuum of what we aspire to do is make sure that there's a relationship between our core curriculum, that all students are receiving what intervention for students who are in need of it are receiving, and then specially designed instruction for students who have exceptionalities. And that those things aren't living separately from each other or at odds with each other in some cases. So for our littlest ones, right, sometimes talking about a sound one way or using one strategy and then turning around and using a different strategy to intervene can help, or it can confuse kids even more, right? Both of those things can happen, and it's knowing children that helps you know whether that's going to be the case. Those two specific resources are for students with disabilities. So if students are needing specially designed instruction in addition to core curriculum, then Newhouse and Great Leaps are components of the curriculum that are provided for students with disabilities if it's dictated in a student's individual education plan and deemed appropriate and effective for that student.
Okay. All right. I also noticed that you had the new approach is we added 2 specialists. And I know I wrote you earlier today to just sort of get the job description of that in preparation for tonight, because I was just curious what that role was. So that was very helpful in understanding how they assist in the planning, and they're doing professional development and doing various things. And I think that's fabulous and needed. I'm also, though, struck by our first grade teacher here who's an interventionist, and I'm wondering if we've made any additions to instructional staff that are actually working with students, be they interventionalists or maybe TAs, and how that is playing together. If you can help me sort of understand, because we do talk about, and you spoke about tonight, the importance of small group instruction, differentiated instruction, and I've been in a classroom, it's hard to get around, 20, 25 kids and meet all their individual needs. So how can you talk to me a little bit more about what we're doing there and what you'd like to see?
Sure, yeah. So as we have talked about, I think recently there's been a board report about our multi-tiered system of support, which includes our core, our intervention, and our specially designed instruction, the relationship between those, and then specifically what it looks like to be able to staff those and implement that well in a school. We have a series of focus area teams that are working in collaboration across our district to be able to make decisions, and each of those teams is cross-departmental. So for example, I have the honor of working with our great teaching team, and folks from different departments are coming together around great teaching. So we have representation from various departments to be able to move work forward in a way that is strategic and aligned across departments. One new focus area team is around academic performance, so that we can look specifically at what it looks like to implement intervention effectively within schools, what the needs are to do that, and whether there are any obstacles in being able to do that well. And so more looking is going to be forthcoming, particularly as we are returning in person, as we are consistently assessing students to see what the need is, and we're making determinations about whether a student their needs can be met through our core curriculum or whether a student needs intervention as well. One thing I'm particularly attuned to is being really smart about that, because when we move students into intervention, I think sometimes we do that a little too early and when the needs could be met during our core time. If it's literally that a student hasn't had access to learning for a little while, granting them access will support that well. However, we also don't want to misjudge that and deny students opportunity for intervention. But in short, looking at how that shows up and what schools need, and noting that all schools may not need the same thing in terms of being able to provide that. Okay. Principal Ray, would you be willing to talk about intervention, how it shows up for you specifically, and how you staff that and any needs you may have?
Okay. Well, hello everyone. I would take the walk of shame if I did not acknowledge my school. Windsor Park, a special place filled with special people doing special things. And so Windsor Park Wildcats, go. And they'll get me tomorrow. If I didn't say it, they'll say, you didn't even recognize us. Throughout this pandemic, we did not want to allow COVID to be the excuse as to why our kids cannot learn. And at Windsor Park, we really honed in on what our kids needed. As a district, we had to make sure they had food, right? So we did the meals bundle programs. We had to make sure that healthcare was important in their lives and that they were getting dental appointments and doctor appointments, even though businesses were closed. And so the curriculum piece of things is something that we started last year and as a district, and we made a commitment, right? We made a big bet, as Superintendent Winston would say, on this curriculum. And so part of what we were doing, we were making sure the child was okay. We can access the child. We can put eyes on the child. But the curriculum at Windsor Park never took a back seat. And the one thing that we realized is we talked a lot tonight about what our students need, and that is very important. But we did not talk a lot about what our teachers need. And we have to invest in our teachers. And the district has done a great job of making sure professional development was available. But every school is different. And so at Windsor Park, I wanted to make sure we customized what teaching and learning looks like for our teachers first, because through their commitments, our learners will learn at high levels. And so Barbara Truitt, she is one of the specialists that you actually spoke of, that the district invested in. She and I met, and we created a professional development plan along with Sarah Balaam, who's my instructional coach, and Christina Bai, who will be at MCL next year at my school, and she's a wonderful first grade teacher. I think first grade teachers must be The end all. It all happens in first grade, birds and all. And we sat down and we decided, it starts at the top. So what professional development can you create for the principal and for the leadership team so that when we're walking into the classrooms and evaluating what we see, we know what we're looking for. And we know what learning should look like, right? Because this curriculum is new. And what is it that we did not give our teachers who were moved from one grade level to another grade level, and maybe, I would admit, was not onboarded appropriately to this curriculum? What can we do now in the middle of a pandemic, right? We don't want to overload teachers, but we don't want to wait until next year because we're here. And so we decided to put together an end-of-year professional development, and it has been amazing. Teachers are telling me that they wish that we had this at the beginning of the year. Barbara Truitt has been so instrumental in making sure that we have resources that we need. She comes and models for our teachers. They're able to ask questions, get clarity, because teachers are not trying to not use the curriculum. It's not that they're resisting it. Sometimes it's unfamiliar, and they need to be comfortable with it. And so that's what we're doing at our school. And we're taking this all the way to the summer and back to the new school year, along with what the district is offering us, but fine-tuning what we need at Windsor Park to make sure that our teachers feel successful, because if they don't feel successful, our kids will not feel successful, and to make sure that our learners feel successful at the end of the day. So that's what we're doing at Windsor Park, where it's a great day to be a Wildcat. Thank you.
If I ever own a business, I'm hiring her to be my marketing person. So I'm so glad, I have just a couple more questions here, but I'm so glad that you're taking that time to invest in the teachers and finding out, what they need and supporting them, because obviously there is the direct connect with the students. And along sort of the same lines, earlier in your presentation, Ms. Thompson, you talked about teachers need to have high expectations for their students. And I guess along the lines of professional development, as it relates to that, like, what can we say that we're doing to help teachers realize that? And I know that they do in many ways, but I think we can all be challenged to go higher. I worry sometimes that, we could fall into sort of as human beings, all of us, myself included, a deficit mindset to look at some of our students with various, differences, and maybe assume that they couldn't do it. Maybe they're an English language learner and they just arrived. I mean, how can we, through our professional development, also make sure that we're touching base and checking in with when those things sort of seep in as humans?
Yes. So I think back to the slide that has the arrows at the intersection of race, power, bias, content, standards, and knowledge of children. In each of our professional development experiences with school leaders, instructional leaders, and with what we have called our direct-to-teacher professional development, which I want to acknowledge in a pandemic has not been able to happen in person. And so there's some impact of the work that we want to do around race, power, bias, and acknowledging what we show up with and what we show up without. And that every one of us shows up with mental models around how we look at people, how we look at situations, how we prejudge and or misjudge. What we refer to those as are discretionary spaces that we live in, and we make discretionary moves or decisions based off of those. And so right now I would say that we're in the awareness phase of being able to say, hey, when is that showing up for me? Yeah. And then how am I countering it so that I don't give into or lean into any bias that I may bring into a situation regarding a student or a fellow colleague, both professionally and outside of that work as well. So literally some of our professional development has been watching clips of video, right, of a classroom and just noting where are discretionary moves happening all along the way. Mm-hmm. And it could be something as simple as, I always start on the right-hand side of the room when I go to support as a student.
Right.
Right? And that may not have anything to do with my view about race specifically. It's just a predilection that I have, right? I always start to the right. So Ms. Sawyer's always getting my attention first. And if something happens before I get to Ms. Fowler, then she may not be getting as much personalized attention from me as Ms. Sawyer is. So I think even things like that show up in terms of how the written curriculum is actually enacted in a classroom.
And I hope there's an opportunity for teachers who are going through that learning to share.
Yes.
You know, if I've had a revelation of, you know, if I could have gone back and taught that lesson differently, now that having, you know, evaluated whatever that bias may be, let me sort of admit that, share that, so that, you know, we can help others along the journey, right?
I think that's really great and wise. We were talking as we were waiting for this earlier about missing some of the opportunities for what we had last year in communities of practice, and being able to share and physically being able to share with each other our experiences with the curriculum, and I think that's a perfect example.
Thank you. Just one last question. I know we talked about, you know, it was a transition for many instructors. It was a transition in a pandemic year. I know as you know, critiques have come up about the curriculum. Your department has been very responsive in trying to help instructors understand the implementation better. What about for parents who may be critics or have questions? Like, you know, what recourse do they have? I mean, obviously they can talk to the teacher, but I guess what I'm really asking is, do you think as a district we're being receptive to that and also helping to guide them along, you know, to understand what the goal is and the long-term play we have here, if that makes sense?
I think that's a really great question. I don't know, I can't think of an instance in which a parent has reached out, at least within our department, and we've said, we don't want to talk about this, right? Like,
Sure.
We typically want to, but I think to your point, what that strikes me as something to continue to look at in terms of our next steps is that parents shouldn't have to. And so what can we do to be able to support parents' ability to access, just as professional development, we'd like to be able to access in an on-demand fashion. How can we better support communication with parents around questions in the curriculum, and the ability of both our school leaders, our teachers, and district staff to be able to respond to those, I think is a goal that we can continue to aspire to. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Shipp and then Ms. Byers-Bailey.
I thank you because you did answer a lot of my questions about professional development, and I heard the word fidelity, and ensuring that all of the teachers throughout the district really will be setting high expectations for this level of work and learning. We've talked a lot about intensive interventions, and we also think about our students that have all this unfinished learning or that really are struggling. What about we haven't heard about our AIG gifted TD students? What does that curriculum look like for them? How are we ensuring that we're moving these students and that we have what we need to grow these learners who are on track and, you know, above grade level? What are we doing?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like that's a whole nother presentation. If you ask for it, we'll come back and do it. But it is, so our Advanced Studies department has really done an incredible job of building resources, both guidance for teachers, but then also resources that currently live in Canvas, our learning management system, so that when it comes time for that skills block, that students are all receiving the whole group instruction. We want for them to all have it. But in that next 45 minutes of skills block time, if students are in need of additional enrichment in that space, that teachers are able to provide that for them during that time. And those resources are there to accompany the EL education curriculum so that teachers aren't having to create all of that on their own. That being said, it's not necessarily scripted, right? So like teachers are still able to back to those arrows, right? Know the standards, know the content, know their children, and then be able to make decisions about what's going to be in their best interest. But those resources are there. And we're going to continue to gather feedback and iterate those resources to continue to improve them over the course of time as we gain more of that feedback and experience with use of the curriculum.
Because I think it's important that we're accelerating all of our students, regardless to whether they certified TD gifted, they're catalyst kids, they're high flyers, as we would call them. And I think it's very important that we're doing that as well as we're remediating. We talk about that a lot, doing that intensive work, but we also need to be moving them along to advance them as well. Somebody mentioned EL curriculum, and I wanted to mention, are we still looking at some work that specifically fits those, like Madeline Calderon's work? I don't know if you're familiar with that, English language learners reading, and also SIOP, I think we've used before. How are we really looking at some intense, within this curriculum, some intense work for our EL students?
Sure. So similarly, when we're implementing EL, there are resources for our AIG students, there are resources for English language learner students, then there are also resources to support students with exceptionalities and students with unfinished instruction. Now, I say all that to say, like, for one teacher, that's a lot to navigate, right? And I think what's beautiful and what we've highlighted tonight is that in many cases, those resources and/or strategies aren't always and don't always need to be different. Mm-hmm. So what we saw happen tonight is Lisa described some multisensory strategies that can support students who maybe are in need of additional intervention. And what I heard was that they can also support English language learners as well, and can actually support all learners as a part of the core curriculum. So what we're looking at is, what are effective strategies that can support all learners? Where do we need to augment in cases where students may need additional services? But how do we do that in a way that helps teachers stay sane, right? Because you can't make 8 lesson plans for 3 blocks of literacy day in and day out every single day. So making sure that we leverage resources and keep things aligned, strategically aligned where possible, while still meeting the needs of all of our learners.
Because when you have schools with a large population, and I think you want to speak to the EL students, that's the word.
Yeah, come on.
I can speak to this a little bit. I also am an ELL tutor for the district. And one thing that I'm really proud of is how the ELL department at the district level has created resources for ESL teachers and our ELL learners. And so, for example, we have our skills block. We're in cycle 21 right now, first grade. But the ELL department has created through Book Creator, which is a program, and it is given by the district to ESL teachers, a whole library of resources that are specifically supplement that cycle for ELL learners. And so the district is working really hard to make sure that those learners are supported. Also, I am on APLC at the district level because I help to create first grade content that we push out. Actually, Ms. Dio and I, we work closely together, and so we do that together. And we recently had someone from our ELL department join our PLC. So now we get to collaborate and work together to make sure that the needs of all of our students are met.
And I found that those strategies work a lot of times, like you're saying, they work for all students, that we're identifying a group that we need, but we can find that English language learners, some of those same strategies, all of our students that are struggling with reading need.
Absolutely. I find myself in my classroom, some of the things that I do with my ELL students in my tutoring, I'll take it right back to my students because it's good teaching, and good teaching is good teaching.
Thank you.
Before I turn to Ms. Byers-Bailey, I just want to do a little translating for the lay public because we use a lot of special language. So ELL is English language learner.
You got it.
ESL is English as a second language.
You got it.
What else? AIG is academically and intellectually gifted.
Yes.
PLC is professional learning community.
You've got it.
And I said TD, talent development.
TD, talent development.
We're going to have to start getting cards up here, yeah.
SEL is social emotional learning.
Okay.
You got it. Yeah.
And EL is expeditionary learning, which is the curriculum.
That's correct.
Not to be confused with ELL.
Right.
That's right.
Okay, Ms. Byers-Bailey, TBB.
Thank you. I've heard a lot tonight about professional development for teachers. didn't hear a lot about professional development for principals. How has that enhanced what is happening for our students? Because the teacher affects the students that's in her classroom or his classroom, but the principal affects all the students in the school. So how has that played, how has EL played into bringing our principals better at, or bringing them on board with this program?
Shada, you want to talk about that? I feel like hearing it from her perspective is probably the most valuable.
So that's a great question, because as a principal, I need to know what I'm looking for, right? And what success looks like for our learners and for our teachers. And so during our principal meetings, we have breakout groups where we will receive professional development on different components of the EL curriculum, right? Sometimes we focus on the modules. Sometimes we focus on skills blocks. And sometimes we just focus on the overall meaning of the EL curriculum, even in visions as well. So we have multiple opportunities to sign up for professional development. I could just pick up the phone and I can have someone on the other line to come into my school and to give my leadership team and myself specific professional development, which is what we're doing right now through the EL department and Barbara Truitt, right? And we sit down and we unpack, just like teachers unpack. What is it that we're looking for when we're walking into the classroom, right? So yes, it's about birds, but what specifically should we hear? What language should we hear to understand that students are actually learning, right? And that teaching and learning is taking place at a high level. So we definitely have that. Is there room for improvement? Absolutely. Absolutely, there's room for improvement. And this EL curriculum did not come without, let me just say, we went round for round sometimes with teachers because this was new. And teachers were always allowed to kind of put together lessons that they felt were appropriate for their students. And now we're saying, no. We're going to use research vetted material and resources. And so since we have that, we have to make sure as a principal or as leaders in a building, we're able to assess what teachers are actually teaching and students are actually learning. And so that's a great question. There's always room for improvement. I know this summer we will be packed with different opportunities to attend professional development online, and I'm sure the district will also offer in-person services for principals as well. So that's a great question, and of course there's still more work to be done, but the district has provided us with professional development opportunities. And I have a mentor that I can lean on as a second-year principal, and I contact Miss Little, so shout out to Miss Marita Little, my mentor, and she's an expert as well in the EL curriculum. And she goes through things with me. I have questions about what I saw in the classroom and what do you think about this, Miss Little? And we kind of just brainstorm and walk through this work together. So literally we're instructional leaders, and I love that about being a principal because I'm able to collaborate with teachers and we're working side by side, and it's not just evaluative. I'm going in as a coach as well. Coaching my teacher, and even one of my students said to my teacher, I didn't know you had a coach. Miss Ray is your coach, to Mr. Bridger, one of my fourth grade math teachers, and he said, yeah, Miss Ray's here just like me, because the student saw us interacting and me asking him questions about what was happening in the classroom. So yes, we do have the PD, and of course more is always needed.
Great.
Thank you.
One more question
Yes,
for
ma'am.
me. You know, we've had this all virtual, then we had in-person and virtual, and then we had the teacher doing virtual and in-person at the same time. How has all of that compounded what you were trying to accomplish with the EL?
Whoa. So there are 8 changes, correct? 88. Here's what we know. Change was happening. But we always tried to keep the focus on our learners and what they needed. We went from some classes being hybrid classes, and let me tell you, I stopped a lot of those classes from happening because it wasn't working. Sometimes kids were sitting in front of teachers and a screen was in front of the kid. And I'm like, this is not how it should be. Where are the manipulatives? Where are the things that really makes teaching and learning great? And so we had to reevaluate a lot of what we've done. So some teachers became full remote teachers. Some teachers became in-person teachers. And I have a teacher who's a master teacher at hybrid learning, and the district is bringing people in and out of her classroom as we speak, because she's mastered what that looks like. And so she's also coaching for other classes to be hybrid classes. But we had to take a few steps back because we did lose a lot of our learners. I can't imagine being 5 and being online for 4, 5, 6 hours, right? And the teacher's competing with, what is it, Paw Patrol, the new, whatever's on, yes, there you go. What's on television or what's happening in the house, right? Because every environment was not set up or is not set up for many of our learners to be successful, right? Sometimes they don't have a quiet spot that they can learn. And so the teacher is competing with that. And so to have a teacher have kids in front of her and on the computer, it was like torture, if not mastered. And so we pulled back on a lot of that. And the Canvas resources that the district has provided us with, we use those, right, during independent time. But we also went back to, like you said, the old, right? Sometimes you have to have the manipulatives right in front of the child. Paper, pencil. Who knew how valuable paper and pencil was, right, to teaching and learning? Kids used to be sick of it. And now teachers are like, I can actually see their writing. Because virtually, that was almost impossible unless you have whiteboards or something that they can actually gravitate towards, and teachers can actually help the child with the writing. So it has been a task, but it has actually made us greater. I think it made us more innovative, more creative. I see teachers doing things that they've never done before, and they're very proud of the work that they're doing now. And the kids are so grateful just to be back in school. Mm-hmm. It's like the honeymoon is all year. It's really great. And so it has been a task, but it also has taught us to be resilient, and it showed us how strong we are as a district and how strong we are as leaders and as teachers in the building.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Strain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think this has been a great study in identifying an opportunity, maybe a problem statement, and kind of peeling the onion, understanding what the contributing factors were, and really attacking those contributing factors to come up with a better result for our kids. And if I think about that, that's what we need to be doing every day, right? Through continuous improvement, identifying those opportunities, and going to do this. And I guess my question is a little bit of how did we get here? Not from a perspective of, let's go drag up the past, but how do we make sure that these things are coming to light as early as possible so that we can address them?
I think the way that we monitor the effectiveness of what we're doing on a consistent basis and then are able to assess the ultimate impact, and that's a learning curve I've had as well. I think we use the term leading and lagging indicators, and how we're consistently using the leading indicators and being wise about which leading indicators we're tracking to make sure that those are going to be the most aligned to the direct, the end game, what the impact is that we want to see. Candidly, it is much more possible now that we're using consistent resources across our school than it has been in the past. Because when we're not using the same resources at different schools, then the leading indicators are different across schools, potentially, based off of the resources that schools are using, and yet we're all trying to get to the same end result. So I think we're poised in the ability to rally around resources, start from a place that the resources are standards aligned, that we're on the interstate together, right? We're not driving back roads and then putting kids on an interstate and expecting them to be successful. And we're able to speak a common language, use common resources, and together, like Principal Ray spoke about in terms of a content specialist coming out with her and walking a classroom side by side to look to see what instruction is happening. And when it wasn't happening, making changes right there on the spot. We're much better poised to do that because of the consistency in what we're using in our district at this point in time.
No, I appreciate that. And certainly with two 16-year-olds myself, I'm tracking.
It's life in your own, but you got to get on the interstate at some point.
But I will say that those two 16-year-olds are also in different places in their driving
Correct.
maturity as well.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And so from that perspective, picking up on Ms. Ship's questions and the references to the fact that all of our kids are at a little different place.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I often talk about making sure that we understand where they are,
Mm-hmm.
meet them and give them the opportunity to fly as high as they can every day, right? We used to talk about that a lot in this district.
Mm-hmm.
And so as we move to the standardized curriculum,
Mm-hmm.
understanding that we've still got to have the sort of standards aligned curriculum,
Mm-hmm.
but apply that, and that degree of personalization is critical to meeting the individual needs of the student.
I agree.
appreciate that.
I agree 100%. And I think we have continued work to be able, we had continued work to do that anyway, but we have continued work to be able to do that. We speak of it in terms of implementing with fidelity, which would be everyone reads the same words every single day, the same lesson, versus implementing with integrity, which is we're going to use the same tools and resources to ensure standards alignment. And we're going to make sure that the knowledge of children, that arrow at the bottom, is central and critical to what we're able to do to make sure students are getting what they need. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm the last question. I see Dr. Jones has another question.
I just want to acknowledge, some years ago, Brian Kingsley and I had a conversation along these lines, and I want to say thank you to him. He's not around. But a lot of this initiative, he had conversation, we had conversation about, and I am glad to see that it's moving forward, and it looks like it will be successful model. So.
There are so many slides, yes.
Done a fantastic job of presenting.
There are so many slides within this report tonight that he led our district through. You are 100% right about that. So
thank you all.
Much gratitude to him, yes.
And he's built a strong team.
Mm-hmm.
So first of all, thank you for acknowledging that what we were doing before wasn't working. We're here to figure out how to close achievement gaps. And for a while there, what we were doing was causing achievement gaps to grow. So I'm glad we caught that finally, and you've taken steps to turn that around. And I am really interested in, it's similar to Mr. Strain, interested in how we're going to measure that progress along the way in the spirit of continuous improvement, because surely we were going to learn things along the way and need to make some adjustments. So that's just one comment that I wanted to make. Another comment on the slide when you talked about EL education and the fact that the curriculum presents realistic portrayal of history and/or contemporary life experience, avoids glossing over controversial topics such as discrimination or prejudice. And I do think that's a real strength. I think that is, there's a lot of evidence that students learn best when they see themselves, they can relate to the studies, and kids are ready kids are ready for those controversial topics, I believe, more so than a lot of us realize. But I do want to also acknowledge that there was a bit of a glitch there during the pandemic where EL actually removed some modules that they thought would be too controversial to teach remotely. And I just remember there was some controversy about that a few months ago. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. I think it was a glitch.
Yeah. Could I speak to that real quickly?
Please, yeah.
I think as we were working through that with folks who expressed that concern, there's a first edition of EL and there's a second edition of EL. I think that when we announced that some modules were going to be removed due to the pandemic, some of what stakeholders were lifting as concerns were actually not a part of second edition modules. They were a part of first edition modules. So it was a perfect example of where a concern was raised, and we were able to actually deepen understanding around what we are teaching and what we're not teaching. Some of the specific changes that EL made between the first edition and the second edition was to ensure that across a K-8 continuum of learning, that students aren't seeing or experiencing modules or texts consistently that show anybody's particular experience as one of only strife. And so that the first edition was basically building upon some of the feedback that had come with that. The second edition was building on feedback that had come in that space. The decision around modules to be removed actually didn't take away anything culturally. It literally was, we went through the standards and said, which standards can we integrate into other modules? So I want to lift that to make sure that particularly for the stakeholders with whom we worked around that there's not, we're not going back on anything that we uncovered in that space.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I'm so glad that we had a chance to talk about that tonight. And I'm looking for the slide. Okay, here. I'm glad you brought up SB 387 in the talking about the science of reading, and I am curious how you've alluded to it, that this aligns with the new law that the new bill that the governor just signed into law. But I just wanted to confirm that, or I don't know if you can elaborate on that. I'm sure that your team has studied the legislation.
Yeah, there's some, yes. I would say we are ahead of the curve in that we're not scrambling to meet any requirements that the state is making around the way we teach early literacy. We're ahead of that, right? So that's fantastic. The second thing I would lift that's a part of Senate Bill 387 that I think is really critical, and we were talking about this as we were preparing as well, is that it includes the requirement that is a part of teacher preparation that teachers receive learning in science of reading specifically. So in other words, if a teacher is coming to us with a K-5 degree, they have received as a part of their teacher preparation program science of reading. That has not always been the case. And there will be an opportunity from the state funded for our pre-K through third grade teachers to be able to receive robust professional development in science of reading. And we look forward to more information from the state about how that will show up, when that will show up, and all of the above. But there's some components that will deepen and augment our work. But we are ahead of the game in terms of being able to meet those requirements, which feels really good.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. And then Camp CMS, will all of this flow into Camp CMS, or will Camp CMS be kind of a break from all of this?
We will, the fixed finite component of what we need for students to know and be able to do does not change over the summer. So we will continue that work. We are currently in the process of making sure that we have instructional expectations for the summer. So I don't want to get ahead of the collaborative work that we're doing with our school leaders and across our departments. But what I can assure you is that we will continue the work that we've been discussing here in terms of early literacy, and we've looked nationally at resources from Achieve the Core, student achievement partners, to identify what the priority standards, skills, and practices are. If we only have 6 weeks this summer, How do we make sure that we get the absolute most bang for our buck out of those 6 weeks, knowing we can't replicate an entire school year, but that we're really strategic about what it is we do with students that will set them up for the most success as we enter the 21-22 school year. In other words, there are some standards that students could start school next year and be okay without. We could continue to work on. There are other standards and pieces we gotta make sure happen. And specific to early literacy, there's a sequence within which students need to learn that, and so we need to know that. Part of what we'll be doing with our K-2 students to finish out the year is a standards-based report card. We do that historically. We have modified that so that we can get the microphase data for students and know which sounds and skills they're working on, so we don't have to spend a week of the 6 weeks over the summer trying to figure that out. That information will carry with students who are able to participate in our summer program.
Interesting, okay. Thank you. And so, that makes me think about how the summer program is funded by COVID recovery dollars. I'm not using, there's so many acronyms for different buckets of federal funding, so I'll just call it COVID recovery dollars, federal funding. And we know that our students in varying degrees have a lot of unfinished learning to catch up on. And we also know that COVID impacted some of our students much more so than others. And so I know we're concerned that those gaps may have widened due to the pandemic. And so I'm just so relieved that we have these strategies in place and these resources in place already to accelerate our way out of that. It's just that the pandemic, we needed to do this anyways, and the pandemic made it even more urgent. And so I'm saying all this thinking about the budget workshop that we have coming up in 2 days, where we're talking about, we've got our ongoing needs, our ongoing expenses, and then we've got this federal infusion of dollars, which are finite, cut off at 2024, so we don't want to use that for ongoing expenses, but we do want to be strategic and get as much bang for our buck for this stuff that we're doing already. And so I guess Camp CMS is an example of that. And I know your team is already thinking about what do we use the federal funds for versus what's an ongoing expense that we would have had before and that we will have many years after. So it's just a little bit of an editorial comment, I guess.
Yeah, I think, yes, similar to looking at standards and strategies and skills and all of the above, how do we get the deepest impact over the course of the next 3 years that quite honestly can live beyond those 3 years, right? That can support heavily in the time that we need it. But, areas like professional development are building capacity of folks beyond those 3 years to be able to better support us in years to come.
Thank you so much. This has
Absolutely.
been a powerful
Thank them,
report.
right? Thank you. And we look forward to coming back maybe sometime again to talk outside of K2, right? Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Madam Chair, can I just say a closing remark here before our team departs? I know this was a lengthy report, but I think you will acknowledge or you could see that it was worthwhile and that it was an important report because it reflects the work that our team is doing. And I know that oftentimes when we're out in the community, we hear the same comment that if you keep doing the same thing, you're going to get the same results. And so hopefully as a result of the presentation by our rockstar team, who's here with us and others who are not, hopefully you will have a better understanding of the work that's being done, and you can feel more or better equipped to say, well, let me tell you about some of the changes that have been made to improve student outcomes. And so I just wanted to lift that up. And also, you have a better understanding now of the investments. We talk about big bet, this being our big bet. You have a better understanding of some of the investments that are being made and that will continue to be made because we do have to expand this work to other grade levels. So thank you all again for your incredible work. Thank you for the leadership, Dr. Hayes, and I think Mr. Kingsley stepped out, but there's an entire team responsible for this, and just wanted to thank you all.
And did Ms. Shipp, I saw your hand, I'm sorry. Do you have
I
one?
just wanted to say, and you've kind of, Superintendent Winston kind of did that too, and it's so important. We've talked a lot about resources and materials, but it's the investment in you all, the people. So I hope that we continue to understand how it's important that we invest in people. We put the money in making sure we have the best to do this work. And so I think we have to continue to talk about investing in you and what you need in the people. So I want to thank, because you were, saying that it's so important that we thank you for the work that you're doing, but we continue to invest in people, in our staff. So as we look at resources and materials, we need to look at who's teaching it, who's doing it. You all are you bring the secret sauce to the table for the kids. I think somebody said that, right? So thank you.
Yeah, because like Ms. Byers-Bailey was saying, it's the teachers affect the students in the classroom, and the principals affect the students throughout the school. So we absolutely need to invest in the training and the support and the pay.
Pay for our people.
For our people. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So next, we have a more brief report. And I'm going to turn to the superintendent for the Accountability Management Oversight Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will introduce, and he doesn't need an introduction, but Dr. Frank Barnes, our Chief Equity Officer, who is here to bring forth our Management Oversight Report on accountability. And so as we get teed up, I wanted to call on Dr. Barnes to share with us his brief report.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and I will note that the superintendent introduced me by saying brief report. I don't believe he said the other.
Well, in comparison.
So I want to just acknowledge that. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. But I will be brief. I'm joined by two fabulous principals who I will introduce shortly. But the Office of Accountability is made up of 29 individuals who I would say collectively make us what I would say, if not the best, one of the best offices of accountability in the country. I want to acknowledge specifically the people who I get to co-lead and co-serve with, and that would include Jennifer Bauer, who leads our state and federal testing team, Kelly Cunningham, who leads our data use for school improvement team, also known by its beautiful acronym DOOSY, Dr. Lindsay Messinger, who's our research, evaluation, and analytics director, also known as RIA, person who leads our data quality efforts, Dr. Charles Mumpower, and my co-partner in crime, who is an exceptional leader and a privilege to be able to serve and lead, who manages, supports, and pushes into each of these teams, Danielle Miller, who is exceptional, and I'm glad that she's part of our team as well. But these 29 individuals work together towards a common mission, something we've talked to you about just last spring, presented to you, that we seek to provide accurate and timely information, research, and resources to facilitate data-informed decisions on behalf of our students and families. Our vision is that we want to provide the services, tools, supports, and solutions to be able to catalyze action to both increase improvement in our district, increase achievement, and close gaps. That's what we're here to do. So although we work with numbers and figures and reports, we're really here about kids and kids' outcomes. Collectively, our work focuses on 5 functions. These aren't new to you. These were presented last spring. So I will go over them quickly and briefly as I want to set the stage for kind of what our work culminates in. So let's start with data collection. Customarily, what we do is we oversee state and federal testing, to be able to collect data. Now, there's also data that other people collect. Teachers help collect attendance data. Administrators help collect data around suspensions or incidents in our schools. But we focus on being able to gather data about what our students know and can do on standardized summative assessments, as well as universal screeners, as well as their perceptions of their school environments and even of their own wellness. We want to be able to see into our schools to help us get better every day. This past year, as you know, in the spring, we didn't have our assessments, but this fall we did. And we worked side by side with our testing coordinators and our principals and our teachers to administer assessments as students were coming in our high schools, came into our buildings for the first time. We also worked with our teachers who had to learn to do something that none of us had done, which is administer universal screener data remotely, helping families take those assessments remotely. And then as we were transitioning to hybrid and in-person instruction, to do the same work for some students at home and some students right in person in our schools. We also are administering different surveys. This spring, in addition to what we did in the fall, we'll be administering a CMS climate survey. We'll be able to look at student wellness for the spring to look at how that data for our students look compared to the fall through our Panorama partnership. Being able to provide solutions such as our Camp CMS registration in partnership with our Academics and Equity Office, and as well as just being able to get insight into what our teachers think about how we're doing with our curriculum. As we collect those data, whether it be in the classroom or centrally, we then process those data. We organize and classify it so it can be usable and accessible by multiple audiences internal to our school district and external as well on an annual basis. We create reports and dashboards and ensure that there's a nightly processing where the data can be as up to date as it possibly can be based on when we collect it. The types of things we produce are our internal CMS Navigator portal. Just this past year, in preparation for this report, we did an analysis of kind of how often it was used. And just in this past year, it was used over 1 million times by over 8,100 users, being hit by over 3,200 times a day. Certainly, we have a hunger in CMS for data, and our teachers, our administrators, our principals, and our central office leaders utilize the portal, and it's a particular tool that has helped to ease their use to be able to see what's going on in their schools. But as we work this year, this being a year like no other, we work to make sure that we are meeting the immediate needs that this pandemic in particular presented. And just to support our schools in navigating the things that this pandemic presented, we created over 63 reports specific to the pandemic. One particular report started out in the right-hand corner as something that was just a spreadsheet, looking at who was in which rotation, A, B, C, or D, D being full remote academy. Eventually that report, and I shouldn't say eventually, very quickly that spreadsheet became a report that was updated nightly that would allow you to drill down to specific students, disaggregate those data across race, grade, and a particular program. These are the types of reports we made for the pandemic, and the types of reports we have on an annual basis for our schools to use to support students and families. We also recognize we need to not just be a data-rich organization, but we need to be an information-rich organization. So our team works to create information out of that data, to create clarity, create context, create transparency, and if we're really effective, to provide data that's revelatory, that helps you see something that you wouldn't have seen just by looking at the numbers. We make those reports in several different areas, but we also work to provide research and work either doing our own specific research with our analysts or being able to partner with outside organizations to provide even more insight into the operation of our organization. Specifically, this last year, we've adopted as a district this plan, do, check, act process. This plan, do, check, act process. This is something that we've started at the central office, working our way through schools. This is a way of working, a cadence for us to always continuously improve. Our office works with two and you could say 3 specific areas, the plan, the act, and the checking. The next time I'm before you, which will be in a couple of weeks, we'll be talking about kind of how we did over third quarter as part of our check process so we can act and continually improve as we go throughout the school year. The types of information we provide through different dashboards, reports, executive summaries address a number of different areas, from literacy, mathematics, out-of-school suspensions, student attendance, student enrollment, student absenteeism, just to name a few things, to help us to be able to see how we're doing as a school district. Some of these data are rendered on a daily or nightly basis. Some of them we're able to report reports monthly or quarterly, and some of them are annual reports. All of them are used in the spirit of continuous improvement along this plan, do, check, act process. Information sharing. Once we create the information, we want to push it out into schools, into our departments, even to you, to be able to make policy, managerial, administrative, and instructional decisions. Each of these things we've been doing even during the pandemic, providing trainings and facilitating sessions to look at data to help make meaning of what these data say for how we can support schools, how we can support individual students, and how we can support groups of students. And we've continued that work even through the pandemic, adopting new tools and strategies to be able to do that even though our team has continued to work remotely. But all of it should culminate in action. Action that makes us better. Action that makes us reflective. Action that makes us think about how do we do things differently, and in some instances, how do we continue to do the things that have been working for particular groups of students. But I thought it would be best, as we met as a leadership team, to say, what would be the best way to talk about the action? And this is where a view from a school would be helpful. And I want to introduce two leaders who will be talking to you today. One is Kathy Phelan, the principal at Sharon Elementary School, and the second is Ms. Wendy Harris, who's at Trillium Montessori. I think both of them are going to talk about their work and how we support their work. And with that, we'll close and take questions. I want to hand things over to them.
Superintendent Winston, the board, and Dr. Barnes, thank you very much for asking me to visit this evening to share with you how we've used data at Sharon Elementary School and the work and help that we have received from the DUCE team. Over the years, they've been able to come out to our school to provide targeted instruction for our teachers. They've been extremely willing to work around our schedules. They come in the afternoons, they stay with us online during Zoom meetings, and they also attend our team planning sessions when available. And we've been very fortunate, too, that they've been attending our MTSS meetings when we've asked. The fantastic part about the DUCE team is that they've worked with us by providing a school-wide data training. They've worked specifically with the grade levels based off of their needs and questions, and they never get tired of our questions, and they're very patient with us. They sit with our MTSS team to help us drill into the data to make sure that we're using the universal screeners appropriately for the tiered plans that we need to present for our children and follow through with our interventions. And then in the past, when we've had M-Class or iStation, they've always been willing to come out and work with us on that data as well. We've been working with them to learn more about EVOS and how that affects our school. And also in the past, we've worked with them on the instructional planning approach. Throughout the years, they've offered training for staff to be able to go to the instructional planning approach sessions during the summer, and then they follow up during the school year. And the sessions tend to be about 3 days. We dive deeply into the data. We look at how we're planning to be able to address the needs of our students based off the data that we are looking at and all the different data points from the Navigator portal, which has been a great tool for us. And then we're able to use protocols that they provide for us that we can adapt to all the curriculum. So with the instructional planning approach protocols being curriculum agnostic, when we change curriculum or something is adapted, we're able to adapt those protocols to meet our needs. So it's extremely useful, and it provides us with many tools that we can use year after year and that we feel comfortable with, which helps us spend more time on planning and meeting the needs of our students. So I do want to thank Dr. Barnes for the time that they've spent with us over the years. They're always patient. Even in the pandemic, they've been on Zoom calls with us. They've come to several of our staff meetings over Zoom. They've held separate sessions with us to make sure that our questions were being answered, that we felt comfortable using the data that we were presented with, and that moving forward, that we're able to present that information to parents to help them better understand their children's needs. So as a principal and an educator, I am so thankful to be able to have those services. And I wouldn't know what to do moving forward without those services. So we're very thankful for the time they spend with us and the patience that they have when we have many questions. So thank you. Ms. Harris?
Thank you, Ms. Kathy. Thank you, Dr. Barnes. Good evening, CMS Board of Education and Superintendent Winston. I'm Wendy Harris, the proud principal of Trillium Springs Montessori, home of the most incredible staff family. I'd like to first start by acknowledging and paying respect to the traditional natives of the land we are on today, the Shugari and Catawba people. Second, I'd like to genuinely thank you, CMS Board of Education members, for supporting the Montessori approach in our public school district, giving more families with diverse backgrounds access to a different way of learning that strengthens their ability to overcome obstacles on the pathway to becoming change agents. It's with great excitement that I share with you the support received from the Ducey team through the Office of Accountability over the past 3 years. So Montessori relies heavily on qualitative observation and anecdotal data while following the child through 4 planes of development in multi-grade classrooms for a 2 to 3 year period at a time. As a Montessori school in a public school district with a high level of accountability, and during an unprecedented school year with so many changes and unknowns, Trillium was fortunate to take advantage of support provided by the Ducey team to learn more about strengthening the core instruction through the study of both qualitative and quantitative data simultaneously. So in 2018, as a first-year principal, I knew I needed support from experts when my school improvement plan's comprehensive assessment indicated the need to establish high-functioning PLCs of teacher leaders, planning, Montessori, and standards aligned instruction. So if you've ever seen that in person, it's a lot of hard work, and it takes some wonderful Montessori teachers that are well-trained to do it. The Ducey team provided training on the instructional planning approach to all of our teachers around the core belief that highly effective planning and consistent planning and instruction are the key levers to improving student achievement in the district, no matter if you're traditional or magnet. So as a result of the IPA training, our PLCs have advanced every year in their professional performance using research-based best practices and protocols to unpack the content in a way that moves the dial with the students, helping them meet or even exceed their projected growth. As we continued our partnership on into 2019, I discovered the need for our teacher leaders and the admin team to learn more about school improvement goal setting and planning while studying the learning pathways of all of our students. The Ducey team sharpened our professional skills through work sessions in analyzing multiple data points from our district's balanced assessment system, such as using MAP, EVOS, and NC check-ins. So as a result of the coaching sessions, our PLCs improved in the areas of analyzing student work, identifying gaps in student achievement across grade levels in multi-grade classrooms, implementing best practices for stronger core instruction, and identifying developmentally appropriate interventions for MTSS students, and the beautiful practice of content modeling for teachers by teachers. So last but not least, it brings me great pleasure to share that my partnership with the Ducey team continued through the 2020-21 school year during the pandemic, with specialists stepping in to support me through one of the most challenging school years ever. My ultimate goal was to make sure my students and staff were safe at all times, while also simultaneously creating a plan to capture student growth at a time when most thought it would be impossible to do. So given that, the Ducey team supported me with a year-long plan of principal coaching sessions and admin team and teacher leader data deep dive sessions virtually through Zoom. My teachers have thoroughly enjoyed figuring out ways to leverage best practices that could be replicated across grade levels. And that was for the purpose of the students mastering the content in the most creative ways during the pandemic. So I would like to say thank you for the opportunity to share about a partnership that I am most proud of, given the unique circumstances and many challenges I have faced this school year. And many thanks to the Office of Accountability, Dr. Barnes and his team for continuous and unwavering support in prioritizing Trillium's teaching and learning outcomes. So thank you so much for allowing me to share our partnership with you today.
I'm going to just interject for 1 second to put on my translator hat. And DUSI team, I think that means data, is it data use for school improvement, DUSI? Okay.
Got it.
All right, that's a new one.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I do want to thank Ms. Harris and Ms. Phelan for their time and their servant leadership in our district. But I want to say again, on behalf of 29 exceptional educators, researchers, analysts, enterprise data architects, just great servant leaders for our district. Thank you for the opportunity to serve, that we want to see our district thrive. Sometimes we get to share good news. Sometimes the data we provide isn't the best news, and we have to provide that with boldness and clarity and honesty. And that's what we seek to do. But we want to thank you for the opportunity to serve, and we welcome your questions. And I want to thank these two exceptional leaders and their teachers who do the hard work. We get to support them doing the real work, or hard work. All of it's real. But I want to support them for doing the work with our kids.
Okay, questions? Ms. Marshall?
And I know we're going to hear more about the data collection that has been so hard this year, the accountability piece, all the testing that we do, that we are mandated to do by our federal and state government. And I know we're going to hear more about that as we go on, and tonight is not the time to get into the deep dive questions about that. But can you speak just a little bit about sort of an overall framework? I know we had started MAP testing remotely for our elementary students in the fall, and that certainly was very, very difficult and not very accurate, but sort of what we've seen pick up and what just parents can just sort of expect on a high level, knowing we're going to get down into some more data, some more details as the semester goes on.
Surely, and hopefully I understand your question, kind of what parents can expect.
So we did the MAP testing remotely in the fall. We're not doing that now unless you're on full remote, correct?
Thanks. So we value the screener that we do as part of Read to Achieve requirements. We have to provide that type of screener 3 times a year, K through 3, beginning of year, middle year, and end of year. Parents can expect K through 8 to be able to have that MAP assessment be taken. If students are in person, they should experience that in person. If they are remote, they should expect to experience that remotely. In addition to those assessments, we're now coming up to the end of year assessment season. Though the U.S. Department of Education has granted a waiver to from some elements of Every Student Succeeds Act for the state of North Carolina, they have not waived the requirement that we administer those assessments to our students. And so if you are in 3rd through 8th grade, you should expect to take the English Language Arts and Mathematics assessment. If you are in 5th grade or 8th grade, they should expect their students to also take the science assessment. In the high school grades, and this could be true for some middle school students, you have 4 end of course courses that offer an assessment: Math 1, now Math 3, English 2, and Biology as well. Some students will choose to take advanced placement exams, which we'll be offering a window coming up in early May, and there'll be a makeup opportunity if there's a conflict with either a religious holiday or something else that comes up for a student. Those are all things parents should be expecting.
Okay, that's good to know. And so I think that's one of the things we're going to be starting the week of May 10th. There'll be a lot of information coming at that point, but that's what's ahead of us.
Yes, ma'am.
So we need to know, we talked in our last report about assessment, and we need to know where we are. And I don't want folks to think that everything we do is high stakes. We need to take the temperature, and I think that's what this is designed to do. And again, trying to pull the high stakes piece out of it so we know what we're dealing with.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
we questioned out? I have a few questions, but not too many. Let me find them here. Well, just first, not a question, just an observation that, when the slide, we talked about the continuous improvement, plan, do, check, act. All four elements are important, but the checking and the acting are what I'm, at this point in time, most focused on, I guess. And I think that's the case for a lot of our board members. So I just wanted to share that. And when you talked about Student Week information creation, some of the work you've been doing, you said Student Week designations. Is that talking about which students go to school which week when we were rotating? Is that what that means?
Yes, ma'am, that's exactly what that means.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry for that wasn't clear on my part.
No, it's okay. That's why we have Q&A. The remote, you talked about remote learning student feedback reports. Is that just basically where we get feedback from students as to how remote learning was working for them?
Yes, we did that work intensively in the spring, and then we began to incorporate, as we administered other assessments, incorporated some questions to be able to get some more insight to what that experience was like. I'm I'm eager to learn what students' perspectives will be as we're administering this next survey around student wellness. It's actually not a survey, it's a screener with our partner Panorama to be able to see kind of where they're at with that. It creates a lot of very specific user-friendly reports for schools to be able to support students around whether their level of efficacy or their level of stress around kind of schoolwork and what their experience has been during this remote or hybrid period.
And the Panorama screener is K through 12, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But these other feedback reports, what grade ranges were they, or
They
are
would have
they?
been grades 5 through 12.
5 through 12, okay. Yeah, I'll be really curious I know we all be really curious to see what the district learns from those screeners and reports. That's it. Those are my questions. So thank you, and thank you principals for sharing the real world examples of how this supports you. And thank you for just taking the time tonight to be here, because we know how hard you're working right now and have been all year.
Thank you so much.
And Dr. Barnes, the data that your team pulls together is like, I don't know what metaphor to use. It's like the blood vessel system of the district. So, yeah. So thank you so much for the work that you do. We just need to, our job as board members is to keep a real keen eye on the data that you're producing. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good night. All right. And now I'm going to turn to the superintendent for your report.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. I have just a few items that I wanted to highlight as part of my report. I'm pleased to begin my report by sharing information about yesterday, which for the first time was an opportunity for us to return all of our students whose families wanted to return for in-person learning in grades K through 12 to Plan A. And I know we will not provide an in-depth metrics review tonight, but we did provide an afternoon walkthrough online, and that information is available online for all of those who want to be able to review that. But I am also pleased to just share some information from the first 2 days of this week, and I wanted to start with transportation. So we are operating 939 buses daily. and currently just over 62,000 students are assigned to buses. Now, prior to April the 12th, prior to yesterday, there were approximately 57,000 students who were assigned to buses. It was not necessary for us to add any buses to our fleet for our April 12th return. Students were assigned to existing bus runs that had the needed room, and the easing of the 24 students per bus with middle and high school students facilitated this as well. So that was a plus for us. As far as our on-time arrival, for this morning, our on-time arrival was 98%.
Wow, that's great.
And it was 94% the afternoon of yesterday. So the 12th, we saw 94%. So you can see the gradual, the continuous improvement there. I do want to highlight that there were 3 middle schools, Alexander, South Charlotte, and Albemarle Road, who each have 1 bus that is nearing capacity. Our area transportation managers are monitoring this, and they will make the adjustments to move 1 or 2 stops to other buses with more space. So we're monitoring that situation. We do have 10.5 driver vacancies. And we're actively recruiting through various driver events. I want to spend a moment talking about school nutrition. We heard from one of our principals who talked about that is one of our important needs that we serve in regards to families. So our meal bundle program continues on each Wednesday. For those in full remote academy and children who are under 18 years old who attend remote learning on that day. As of tomorrow, April the 14th, our meal bundle sites will be reduced from 32 to 18 to consolidate in kitchens that have the space for the meal bundle programs, as well as the return of additional in-person students. Double meal bundles will be distributed the last Wednesday of the school year. And we're working on plans for summer based on our summer programming sites, which have yet to be determined. It does give me great pleasure as I shift topics. I wanted to share some information about an important topic that I know is top of mind for many of our high school families and educators, and that is our plans for graduation this year. And so you all will recall that last year, the pandemic unfortunately interrupted our traditional graduation plans. And so it replaced them with in-person graduation ceremonies. It replaced the in-person graduation ceremonies with virtual ceremonies and drive-through diploma pickups. And while these virtual events were innovative and successful, I know that board members attended them. We long for a time where we move back to our traditional graduations. And so this year, as things are improving, we wanted to offer our students, their families, and friends an opportunity to celebrate this amazing accomplishment and life event with our graduating seniors. So we had a graduation committee, which included a diverse group of principals, staff, leaders who have explored a variety of options. And while they have monitored the reopening of schools, businesses, and different venues across our community, this committee began exploring the viability of hosting in-person graduations that resembled the traditional graduations that I spoke of just a few moments ago. And there were a number of factors that the committee considered as it relates to the health and safety of our staff, our students, and our community, while also analyzing the operational details. And some of those details included the number of ceremonies that would need to be held for all CMS graduates to attend with their guests present to celebrate this special accomplishment. There were governing rules and guidelines, we also had to look at the availability of venues. Considering our traditional large venues that we have used, as well as school auditoriums, gymnasiums, and stadiums, while focusing on the ability to social distance and capacity restrictions. And so finally, we also analyzed the importance of providing security needs at both our CMS and our city county law enforcement partners. And so with a number of school facility possibilities that we looked at, there were some challenges that were involved as part of that consideration. We were limited to 19 available outdoor stadiums for 32 graduation ceremonies. We also ran into the fact that we lacked the availability of stages and chair rentals due to other graduations and other events that are taking place in the areas. Capacity for students and staff and guests, and so the need to be able to split up graduation ceremonies at different schools was another challenge, particularly for our larger schools. And then also the risk of severe weather if events were held outside in outdoor stadiums, and the concern that brought with having to potentially reschedule events if we experience severe weather, and then the complex security needs. And so the graduation committee brought forth a recommendation which I support, and I wanted to share that with you tonight and members of our listening public, and that is to return to in-person graduation ceremonies at 3 venues: Bojangles Coliseum, Ovens Auditorium, and the Charlotte Convention Center for the 2021 graduating class. All of the ceremonies will be live streamed so they can be viewed remotely. And we will have attendance requirements, and that will be limiting for each graduate. We'll have a limit of 2 guests, and then also there'll be a limit on the number of staff members who will be able to attend from each school. And I will tell you that every effort was made to keep posted graduation dates and times as previously stated, but we did need to make some adjustments to what had been posted previously in order to accommodate all of our students and our guests. And so I did just want to share that with you all. I know that's an important announcement, and I just wanted to lift that up. Now, I'm going to acknowledge that it is difficult to follow up such joyous news with such heartbreak. But I must share some thoughts about some tragic events that have unfolded here and throughout our country. And as we continue to feel the impacts of the relatively new COVID pandemic, a pandemic of much larger duration continues to influence our lives and those of our fellow community members. And of course, we are all, I'm sure, following the events making news nationwide. But unfortunately, we don't have to look very far to see some tragedies on our own doorsteps. And it seems way too often that we are hearing about another student of ours who has been injured or who has lost his or her life by gun violence or other acts of violence. And I rarely find myself at a loss for words, but this is one of those times. And I'm processing like I know you all are. the thoughts and feelings of what is happening here in our community and across our country. But I do feel that it's important to raise this issue because, and the reason it's important to raise the issue, because we must come together and we must find solutions. Yes, we do need to talk. That's important. We have to have conversations. That is important. But it is way past time for action. And it's difficult to see an end to these horrors unless we make a concerted effort to combat all of the evils of our society, including racism, bigotry, and inequality in all forms. And this is not a small task. I know that. But it is a critical task. And I just, as I know your heart does, my heart breaks for all of the families who have been impacted by these tragic events. And so I just wanted to conclude my remarks by sharing that that has been on my heart, and I just wanted to lift that up. And that concludes my remarks, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. So we're now going to turn to reports from board members, and I will recognize any board member who wishes to make a report. And I see Ms. Sawyer's hand and then Ms. Byers-Bailey.
Thank you, Carol Sawyer. This week marks an important anniversary in the history of Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. It's the 50th anniversary of the landmark Supreme Court case, Swan versus Charlotte-Mecklenburg. This was a case that was argued before the Supreme Court by Julius L. Chambers that changed fundamentally what our schools and community look like. The Swan versus Charlotte-Mecklenburg case dismantled a dual educational system in Charlotte-Mecklenburg that separated black children and white children. And that change wasn't easy, but it was the community at the time embraced, with a great deal of community work, and embraced that change. And that episode in our history speaks to the power of a community willing to come together to become, as we were known nationally, as the city that made desegregation work. While cities in other parts of the country were exploding in violence over school integration, CMS integration was by and large peaceful, to the point where a delegation of students and educators from Boston visited Charlotte to see how we were implementing our desegregation plan because their city was torn apart by racial hatred and violence. The change, as I said, wasn't easy, and there was a grassroots movement to help build that change and to support that change through a series of potlucks. Maggie Ray organized these dinners. As a Southern woman, she knew that Southerners would be polite over dinner and use that tradition of Southern manners to hold difficult conversations about what schools children would attend in a community conversation over a potluck, because You're not going to be nasty while you're sharing a meal. And I hope that we as a community can embrace that willingness to engage with each other over the difficult conversations that are ahead. Some of those difficult conversations will be about pupil assignment, because every time we open a school, somebody has to go to it. And boundaries change. And I'm hoping that as a community, we can have these conversations while holding in our hearts what's best for the community as a whole, in addition to what our own child may need. And to expand the view of what community good is. And I think if we can do that and hold in our hearts respect for the students who attend all of our schools, and to keep a sense of the greater community in our hearts as we have these discussions, and what will help everyone be successful in our schools and in our community, that we will be a better place and a better school system for it. So I just want to remind us of our history, that while 50 years ago is, for some may seem, like ancient history, but for many people in the community, that part of their school experience was transformative. And participating in that effort to fundamentally change how children attended school had a lasting impact on many, many people's lives, and changed how our schools are structured today. While I grieve for the shift that has caused substantial racial and economic isolation in our schools at all levels, I hope that we can find ways to ensure that we can mitigate that, and where we don't, to ensure that opportunities are supported for students at all our schools. I had a call in preparation for our board retreat from one of the facilitators, who asked what I envision success for our school system. And my answer was that we will have a successful school system when we are the choice, our community's choice of school system, of schools, and that every school will be a school of choice, and that, any board member or staff member would be pleased to send their child or grandchild to any school in the district, secure in the knowledge that their child would be well served at that school, at any school in our district. So, thank you.
Thank you, that's a good vision. Okay, Ms. Byers-Bailey?
Thank you. I've had an opportunity to interact with several of my schools virtually. The first was I had a chance to read to some elementary school students via Zoom. That was a new experience for me. And I had to do my own telecast on the Zoom. The next one was, I attended Whitewater, the reading was at Bruns. The second one was, I had an opportunity to watch the middle school students at Whitewater Academy do presentations for Black History Month. And they did things on their Zoom that I haven't even done yet. Each student had a person or a HBCU. Some did a national leaders, some did international leaders, some did social groups, some did entertainers. But they each had to share their own screen. Now, I've seen adults have problems with that. And each one of these 5th and 6th and 8th grade students was sharing their screen. It was awesome. I was blown away. I've also had an opportunity to participate at West Mecklenburg. On the 24th of March, they had a NAF Academy industry panelist in conversation around ability, innovation, and resilience. They participated with 6 national panelists, and they had breakout rooms, and the students interacted with these industry leaders and listening to them and answering questions and asking questions. It was remarkable. They came away with they asked the students at the end to give some final comments on what they learned. One of them was, failure is feedback. I know a whole lot of folks, adults, who haven't figured that one out. Then the next thing, the last thing I did with, in terms of, and it was again at West Mecklenburg, was they had their academic academy for hospitality and tourism was part of a national, which NAF, they're one of the NAF academies that we have in CMS. And NAF is a national network of education, business, and community leaders who collaborate to ensure high school students are prepared to succeed in the workforce. And West Meck's Academy has now become one of more than 200 such academies in the country to achieve model level of excellence in 2021. When you're in NAF, you get in, and then they come back and they evaluate your progress and how well you're performing the service for the students and how well the students are receiving and progressing and achieving in your academy. And they grade you, and they're very strict with their grading. And West Meck has been, they give levels of achievement, and West Meck has achieved the model level of excellence. The part of what NAF, as a national academy, they computate their national data showing that their program is highly effective. And in 2020, NAF academies reported 99% of their seniors graduated and 87% of their graduates plan to go to college. So achieving that level of accomplishment with NAF is not usual. It's not the usual thing. West Meck is upcoming this spring. They're having a fundraiser, and that is for where potential meets opportunity. It's going to be on May 8th. And this funds will provide academic scholarships, program training, and internships. So really proud of what West Meck has accomplished with their NAF Academy with hospitality and tourism. Thank you.
Thank you. You've been busy. Ms. Shipp.
Yes, I do want to dovetail on Ms. Sawyer's statement, 50 years of Swan versus Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, I'm a Swan student. I lived it. And everything you said is exactly right. I watched my parents really say how important it was that we did this work to desegregate Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. And I was in a household where my brother and we're 1 year apart. He continued at North Mecklenburg, where I was in high school, and I was moved to West Charlotte High School. So how did my parents deal with that? But they understood the importance of what we were doing in this community and how important this work was to desegregate the schools, to look at integration. And at one point, we were a premier district with that. And it was so important. And so many times I say, how do we really have equity without diversity? And do those two go hand in hand? Because I saw so much happen when we did integrate the school system, because I started in the schools when it was all black. I went to University Park, was an all black school. So I know the importance of this and a difference it made in my life, not just education, but the quality of my life and how I would interact with different cultures and people throughout my life, even though my father was also military, so I had some experiences there. And what's interesting, I want to give a shout out to the Equity Committee, who also, School Composition Committee, was talking exactly about that. How do we look at, as we open new schools, as we continue to talk about how we market our schools so that students want to go to all of the schools in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, and that all of our schools provide the best possible education for all students. So, and I've been just impressed with the work of the Equity Committee, because they have really looked at how can they help us do this work through an equity lens. And it has been great to hear the work. On April 29th, the full board will be meeting. I hope Equity Committee full board will meet on April 29th. I hope everybody can attend and you can hear the work of each one of these committees. They want to support us and advocate for us the needs to make sure we have this district moving in the right direction in terms of equity and making sure all children are learning and that we're making a difference in the lives of these children. So I just wanted to do that, make this shout out and say there is a lot of work being done with the Equity Committee. And it was interesting that you mentioned the Swan case, because that was brought up also with the School Composition Committee. And I met with them yesterday.
And Ms. Shipp, so you April 29th, what time? In case people want to tune in remotely?
Yes, it's
What
remote.
time?
It will be virtual, and we'll have to send the link will be sent out.
And it's 6 to 7:30?
And it's 6, exactly right, 6 to 7:30. And Elise and I both have been working with the committees, and it has been a great opportunity for me to hear the work on every last one of the subcommittees, and the dynamics of the teams and the greatness that they bring to the table has been really good. Very impactful.
Great. Okay, Ms. Fowler.
This is Brianna Fowler speaking. I'll make this really brief. The Student Advisory Council has been working on and going to review and make recommendations for the Student Code of Conduct. They're also going to meet next week with the superintendent, with Superintendent Winston, and they're also scheduling a meeting with the Meck County officials about COVID and kids and the youth and how that's going. Also, the guidelines, like how we said, how it affects students mentally and physically. And we've also, the Student Advisory Council has also started an 8th grade civic leadership program, which will help develop student voices and leadership and hopefully encourage students to join the Student Advisory Council the following year in high school. I've also been talking to students, and they have been flooding my DMs with in-person prom, in-person graduation. So I guess a lot of students will be happy hearing that they will be having an in-person graduation. And then there's just been questions about the grading policy in regards to the first semester, and seeing if the grading policy that we have implemented in the second semester could be implemented into the first semester in order to stay equal and just an equity thing. And then we were just going to have an emphasis on the severity of school choice when we were talking about literacy and how students, for example, the talent development program, a lot of parents do not know that there are schools that specialize in TD and have special teachers for those programs. So that's just a quick report. I hope that was brief. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Strain?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reflect on the fact that we've made it to Plan A, and that this week is quite a milestone for this district to get our kids back into schools for those families who have elected to do so, at least at 4 days a week, anyway. And so I think that's it's been mentioned, but I think it's worth mentioning again. That we got there. I appreciate the work of the graduation committee and coming up with a solution that gives our kids the opportunity to celebrate this significant milestone with their families and in person. And I would ask that we continue to look at the evolving restrictions as those are evaluated by teams of medical and public health professionals and the executive in the state and county, and look at opportunities to continue to evolve our own restrictions. There are several that were called out today by speakers and otherwise. Obviously at extracurricular and co-curricular events such as athletics. I know the arts is also one that we've opened up, although there were some questions raised about that today. Whether there's been some regression there. And so I would encourage us to lean into this, remain safe, but we're getting a lot of guidance that suggests that we can open up more, and that's only good for our families and certainly our kids to celebrate their achievements and the potential that they bring every day in every aspect of their life. So I appreciate that.
All right. Anybody else? Okay, so it's been a long night, so I will just share one brief but very important announcement to follow up on what Ms. Shipp shared about the Equity Committee. You know, I want to echo her gratitude for the hard work and the smart work that our community partners on the Equity Committee have been doing, and I do encourage members of the public to tune in to our Facebook page on April 29th, 6 to 7:30, to watch the next Equity Committee meeting. It is already time to reappoint or to have new appointments to the Equity Committee. And so that's the announcement, is if you are interested in serving on the Equity Committee, contact your board members. And if you currently serve on the Equity Committee and you want to continue, let the board know. But basically, under policy ADAA, at our meeting on May 11th, the board will appoint 20 nominees to the Equity Committee, with each of the 9 board members and Ms. Fowler, the student advisor, making 2 nominations each to the committee. So if you've already appointed somebody and they want to continue, you can choose to do that. Or if you wanted to choose a new member to appoint to the committee, you have that option too. And obviously, if your appointee doesn't want to continue, then you'll need to find somebody new to appoint. So that's announcement number one. There are also, there are two ways that our people serve on the equity committee. There's the group of people who were appointed by individual board members, and then there was another group that applied sort of at large and that we voted on. So those elected spots on the equity committee, there are 3 spots that have become vacant. And so we will fill those seats at our May 11th meeting too. So if you want to be considered to fill the vacancy on one of these spots, please email Nicole Kelly, our board clerk, and she'll forward you a copy of the application. And additionally, I'm going to ask the superintendent to provide a link, if you could, on the front page of the website for applications similar and consistent with what we did in 2019. Thank you. So that's all a lot. I mean, I guess the public's not going to know whether you want to, which way you want to apply to the equity committee if you want to. So if you have any questions, just contact a board member or contact Ms. Kelly. And you know what, I don't have it written down here, but I'm going to read off Ms. Kelly's email address. She is used to getting millions of emails, so she can handle it. So Nicole, Nicole, 1 Kelly, Kelly, at cms.k12.nc.us. So if you want to serve on this equity committee and do this work with us, now's the time to let us know. And with that, I hope everybody continues to stay safe, and I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
So motion from Ms. Byers-Bailey, a second from Ms. Shipp. All in favor of the motion, please let it be known by a show of hands. Any opposed? We are adjourned, Madam Clerk, by a vote of 8-0.